So one hand with the japamala, one hand with the flower, beautifully decorated with a jeweled ornament in the wonderful clothes and shining wing crown. Her name is Manonmani. So this is the Dhyana Sloka for Devi Parashakti, known as Manonmani. She is being called Manon. The next Dhyana Sloka says, I meditate on Devi, eyes glowing like a moon. Here is to Vedas, lotus and gracing and blessing. Hand, she is wearing beautiful ornaments, she is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods, showers auspicious boons for all the actions every day. Now we'll understand the significance of the element gold. So once we understand the context with which the offering need to be made, and then also we understood the Dhyana Sloka on how to meditate onto Devi to manifest that pure space of devotion, love and gratitude towards Devi Parashakti. Now we'll understand what are the various way one can make the offering. Like when you are making the offering, it could be the currency in which your country had the currency of that country, or it could be some material. So out of the many forms through which the donations, through which the offering could be made, out of that we are going to be understanding the significance of the divine element gold. So out of all the various elements, whether it's gold, silver and any other elements which is used in the offering, gold is one of the supreme and divine element. We are also going to look into the various scriptural references and its significance on why gold is used so much into all the offerings. Not just the offerings, even in the various rituals involving the Homa, Abhishekam or the consecrations of the deities. So this is from the Atharva Veda, 5th Sukta, the 5th Mandala, 28th Sukta, 6th verse, says, the triply born by birth is this gold. From the atoms of Agni is one. It becomes dearest to Agni. One fell away from the Soma when it was heard. One they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apaha, watery molecules. Let the triply gold be for your long life. So gold, we understand how the very birth of the gold has happened. So this is the divine, this is as per the Hindu science, the greater science of Hinduism reveals the very existence, the birth of gold, how it happened. So gold actually is triply born because it carries the DNA of the three gods, which is the Agni, which is fire, Apaha, which is water, Soma, which is moon. So the translation, as per the translation, we see that it is carry the DNA of these three, and that's why it has another significant role, because it's really the divine. It carries the very quality of divine even in the form of matter. So that's what makes the gold as a very divine element. And the other significance of it is that it purifies anything it touches. We know the quality of Agni, it literally purifies, the burns, everything that comes into its contact. Water, known for its purification process, moon, known for that. So the gold carries the same quality that anything it touches, it purifies. It is an element of a spiritual significance. It has a great spiritual significance. We are going to understand that also, what all the spiritual significance it carries. It has the spiritual power of healing and enlightenment. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse the sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who sees or anyone who operates in its vicinity. So the gold element has this ability, this quality to hold the sattva energy, to hold the enlightenment energy, to hold the positive thought currents energy. not just the ability to hold it, but also to radiate it to anyone who wears, anyone who sees, or anyone even operates in its vicinity. It has the ability to transmit that sattva energy. Means the moment you come in the contact, in the vicinity of gold, you will experience the sattva energy, the very peaceful, blissful energy you are going to be experiencing. You will also be recharged with the powerful cognitions, the various powerful cognitions which is lying there by being in the presence. Understand? When the gold has the quality, so whenever the gold is consecrated or carries those powerful cognitions, it can simply replicate or pass those powerful thought currents into the person who works in the vicinity, who wears it, who sees it also. So it is not just beneficial to the person who wears it, the person who can afford it, but rather also to the person who sees it, the person who get to work in the vicinity. Even to those people, gold passes the powerful sattva energy, the energizing, the recharging energy to everyone. Gold has been mentioned in all the various scriptures, whether it is Vedas, Agamas, Shruti, Smriti, Itihasa, or Purana. In all these scriptures, the gold has been, the glory of the gold has been sang in all the various scriptures, whether as an ornament or as in a decoration, or in the constructions, or in the puja rituals, or in the sacred arts like making the deity itself. In Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that the gold is most auspicious, understand, most auspicious, and the purest metal which purifies our very being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in the gold. Ritual fees were offered in the gold bricks. So that is how the Hindu civilization lived, thrived. That is how it flourished. That everything used to be built in the gold. The currency used to be the gold. The rituals, fee used to be offered in the gold bricks. Also, when one was to be saved from the life-threatening situations, life-threatening illnesses, the gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amount of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with a huge door of gold. The street would have a huge column and huge archways made of the gold. Horses, cows were dressed in the gold. So that is how the Hindu civilization lived. When the civilization actually lived on the principles of Vedas and Agama, we can call that as a Hindu civilization. So when the humanity, when the country, when the nations lived on the principles of the Vedas and Agama, they lived with the huge wealth, with the huge richness, with the pure science of enlightenment, imbibing the science of enlightenment in every aspect of their life, whether it is whether they want to enjoy the material wealth in the form of their mansion, in the form of economic life, business life, married life, any kind of life, everywhere the lifestyle were made in such a way that it always leads toward enlightenment, and for that purpose the gold was abundantly used. Not just little bit, we see the huge amount of gold were used. So you can understand that the gold, when nowadays when the gold has become one of the very luxurious element, very costly element to purchase, it's used by very few of the people who are wealthy, who are very rich people. So it was not meant, when the scriptures ask somebody to donate in the form of gold, it is not for the sake of making good amount of money for the priest, for the Brahmin, or for the Acharya, or for the Guru, but rather it has a much higher purpose. Because when the Hindu civilization lived, it really lives the gold in every aspect of life. So when you see that when the golds used to be used even for the decorating, dressing the cows, horses, when the buildings are built, when the roadside arches and the kingdoms, all those are built in the gold, means gold was a very commonly used element. It was not so luxurious element. So we cannot hold on to this logic that the gold were used for the sake of making money. The gold was purely used for the purpose, for the reason of its divine, for its significance of the divine nature that it has, for the reason that it bestows. It can pass the sattva energy, it can pass the positive thought currents to the person who works around it, who sees it, who wears it. Understand, Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of the river of the gold. Indus river was called Hiranyamaya, which is mentioned. Hiranyamaya means river of the gold, which is mentioned in the Rig Veda 10th Mandala, 75th Sukta and 8th verse. The river Saraswati is called Hiranyavartini in Atharva Veda. So gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to one you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in the gold. Deities are made in the gold, decked and adorned in the gold. So even nowadays, if you go to the many of the big temples, still we get to see many deities will be created, many deities will be carved in the gold itself. After n number of invasions, destructions that happen to the temples, the loot that happened to the temple, still there are few temples where we can see the temples are paved with the gold. If you go to the Kashi Vishwanatha or Madurai Meenakshi temple, so and Tirupati Balaji, we still get to see that the temple walls, the temple Gopuram, sorry, the temple Garbhagriha are paved in the gold. It is covered with the gold sheet. The deities are made in the gold and decked and adorned in the gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years. For only one reason, that it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands and thousands of years. Hindu civilization, Hindu Vedagamic scriptures are very clear about the purpose of the human life, which is to attain mukti, attain the liberation, attain the enlightenment, and everything has been centered around that. Everything has been designed to help us move towards the enlightenment, and gold has one of the significant role into that, and that's why the deities are made with the gold, the temples are decked with the gold and gold plates. So now we'll get into the various offering onto Devi Parashakti. The first being E-Hundi. So the scripture says, Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharadaradhya, Sharvani Sharmadayani. Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through the true devotion and she removes all the fear. So here we get to learn about how to make the offering unto Devi Parashakti, or how to receive the grace of Devi Parashakti herself. So to receive the grace of Devi Parashakti, the most easiest is as Devi is fond of devotion. When we harness, when we manifest the space of devotion, through that true devotion, we can realize Devi Parashakti. We can really win over Devi Parashakti through the devotions. And when we win over Devi Parashakti, she blesses, she graces with all the conscious blessings, all the enlightenment also. If there is any fear in the mind of the devotees, they will be sure to remove that fear. It is stated that they will like to be worshipped in autumn. So here we will understand what is the meaning of autumn, in what context the autumn has been mentioned. Here it means that the autumn of our life, when our thought turns more and more inward. So the season of autumn means when our thought has turned more and more inward, means when we have become more and more centered on our jiva, when we have become more centered on the self rather than on the outer world, on the materialistic world, when we turn our awareness, our attention inside, that is the season of autumn, and that creates an vatavarana to realize the divine. That is the space in which the divine can be known and understood more clearly, and the need for Devi worship becomes more and more stronger. So we'll understand some of the meaning of the words which has been used in the previous sloka. It says the Sambhavi, which means the consort of Shambhu, which is Devi Parashakti. Sharada Aradhya means the Aradhya of Sharada, which is Devi Lord Saraswati. Sharvani, wife of Lord Shiva. Linga Purana says that the Lord Shiva is called Sarva in his earth form. This name Sarva is mentioned in other Puranas also, where Lord Paramashiva has been addressed as Sarva. Sharmadhaine, Devi bestows happiness on the devotees. So you can offer your gratitude and devotion, your love, your experience of oneness unto Devi Parashakti by offering your kanika, and your name shall be chanted out during puja to Devi Parashakti. So now in the e-hundi you can make any amount of offering you wish to, whether it is 1 unit of your currency, $1, 1 rupee, or whatever, to any highest amount you want to make the offering. You can go ahead and make the offering this e-hundi. And to make the offering, there are two options available in front of all of you. One, for the people who are watching through the YouTube or through the YouTube, you can go to the official YouTube channel of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which is Kailasa HDH Nithyananda. That is the name of that YouTube channel. You can go to the live video, the video where the live is being played. So many of you would be watching through the YouTube, so you may be aware, or you must be aware, that to the live, when the live is playing, in the comment box you have an option of called super chat. So through the super chat you can make the donations. You can click on the dollar button, which will be either left side or the right side of the comment box. If you are using the laptop, it will be on the left side. If you are using the tablet or mobile, you will see it on the right side. In the comment box where you type the comment, you can click on that dollar option. Once you click on the dollar option, it takes you to the next step of making the payment. So all the payment options are available here. You can make through the credit card, debit card, internet banking, or even the UPI transactions you can do. So it's very easiest way of making the offering onto Devi Parashakti. This is e-hundi. You can make any amount of donations, any amount of offering you can do here. Second option, you can visit the tiny.cc/Devi readings, Devi offerings. When you visit that link, there also get the option of e-hundi, where you can make any amount of donations. Also at the end of this session, we'll show you we'll guide you on how to make the offering through both these options. The next offering unto Devi Parashakti is offering of Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, Satya Sankalpa chanting. The goddess enchants this universe, and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. So you can offer the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, which blesses the person, offering with all the fruition of the desires and wishes he is yearning for. So this is a very elaborate Sankalpa chanting. There is a detailed process which we are also going to be seeing maybe after the Bhava Samadhi Darshan sessions. Once we learn about the Bhava Samadhi, the context of Bhava Samadhi Darshan, we'll have the Sankalpa chanting. So in this Sankalpa chanting, which is as per the Agamic scriptures, Agamic injunctions, where all the gods and goddesses, all the divines being are invited, invoked, and in their presence, your names are chanted onto Devi Parashakti, where all the great boons, blessings, all that are prayed. Also, the prayer is made to remove any kind of dosas, any kind of obstacles that you have in your life, and you are blessed with all the great boons, blessing, everything. So this is one of the great opportunity to experience the conscious breakthrough in your life just by Sankalpa, making the conscious resolution in presence of Devi Parashakti, in presence of the Divya Sarira, in presence of Swamiji himself. So you can make this offering by paying $1, and this option is available through tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. So after making the payment, you will also be directed to a link at the end of this slide. Will direct you to another link where you can submit the name for the chanting to be done. So next in the offering to Devi Parashakti is Sahasranama Swarnakasu. Sahasranama, which means 1,000 names. Swarna, gold, and Kasu is a coin. So Shastra, the scripture Lalita Sahasranama, says Devi is the one who likes the repetitions of her various names. She is called as the Nama Parayana Prita. She who likes chanting of her name. Prita means she who likes. Prita means likes. Parayana means chanting. Nama means the names, the various names of Devi Parashakti. So this is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. It's a very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. All the various names, the 1008 names of Devi Parashakti will be chanted here, which bestows all the Ananta Kalyana Guna associated with each names of the Devi Parashakti. Each name of Devi Parashakti is the various manifestation, her very own manifestation of the various Ananta Kalyana Gunas. So you can offer a gold coin inscribed with each of the 1008 names and receive the blessings to have the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. The next in the offering is Mukta Anguthe, finger ring with the pearl. The translation says that I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garland of pearls and the face shining like a full moon, who wears anklet that are studded with a gemstone and has a small bells, who is shining like the splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. So this offering is available in three denominations of 251 USD dollars, 501 USD dollar, and 750 USD dollar. In these three denominations, you can make this offering unto Devi Parashakti, which is Mukta Anguthe, the finger ring with the pearl. So you can offer the finger pearl and receive the blessings to be showered by her compassion and the pure love in all your business endeavors. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is a Swarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. And this is from the Kamika Agama, where it says that all the Kailasa, this is basic explanation. This is taken from the Kriya Pada, where the various homas and abhishekams are described and how the use of golden lotus has been told. So all the kalasas should be wound around with the suitable thread and covered with the new cloth. They should be adorned with the lotus flower made of gold. So whenever the various offerings unto Devi Parashakti is made, whether in the form of homa or abhishekam or any rituals, when the kalasas are wound around with the thread covered with a new cloth, they should also be adorned with the lotus flower made of the gold. So that's where we see the significance of gold in the offering to Devi Parashakti. So there are hundreds of scriptural references in almost all the Vedas, all the Agamas. In the Kriya Pada, we get to see about the importance of using lotus in the worship of Paramashiva, or the various dimensions of Paramashiva. Almost everything in the worship of the ultimate involves whether it is a consecration of deities of worship, or meditating on, or the mudras and asana used during the worship involves the lotus flower, lotus leaf, lotus pericarp, lotus petals. The lotus is a divine flower. Even the Shakti of Paramashiva is called lotus. The base of Paramashiva Linga is lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is also considered as lotus. So you can offer the gold lotus in any size, the gold lotus in any size you wish to, and be blessed to have the state, the space, powers and being of Devi in your inner space amidst any and every adverse situations of your life. So this, you can make the offering by paying 600 USD dollar. You can make the offering of Swarna Padma Pushpa. The next is the Swarna Methi, the gold touring. The Shastra says, you whose brightness from the toenails destroy the darkness of ignorance from the mind of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. So all the devotees who prostrate at the feet of Devi, just by the brightness from the toenail, destroys the darkness of ignorance from the mind of devotees. So you can make this offering of Swarna Methi, the gold touring, unto Devi Parashakti by paying 750 USD dollar. Will guide you to the link how to make the payment onto that. So Swarna Methi you can offer to Devi Parashakti, adorning her sacred feet, to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings in even the most difficult aspect of our life. The next is a Swarna Mantika, gold hairline jewelry. The scripture says Devi Parashakti is the Sudha Sarvi Varshini, she who makes nectar flow in all our nerves from the Sahasrara, means the one who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. So the Mantika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara chakra, which is fully open. So see, offer the Mantika, you can offer to Mantika to Devi Parashakti and receive the blessing of achieving the blissful state of overflowing growth, the beautiful blissful state of overflowing gratitude and a space of complete completion. You can make this offering by paying $750. The next offering is Pratyaksha Pada Puja and the Vastra Seva unto Devi Parashakti. The illuminating splendor of Devi's toenails dispels the darkness of ignorance in the devotees who prostrate at her feet. Her feet defeats the lotus in the beauty. So this scripture says that this illuminating splendor of Devi toenails dispels the darkness, the tamoguna, the ignorance from the devotee who prostrate at the Devi feet. Sloka number 83 of Saundarya Lahari also states that the nails have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of the celestial being who always prostrate at the feet of Devi. Tamoguna means the darkness, and in that stotra of the tamas is indicating of the ignorance in the mind of the devotees, and by constantly prostrating at before Devi, the ignorance is removed and they attain the knowledge. So you can offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and offering a Pratyaksha Pada Puja blesses the Yajman with all the auspiciousness and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Also, you can offer the Vastra Seva, which is $1,008. So both Pratyaksha Pada Puja and Vastra Seva, both of that can be offered individually by paying $1,008. So now we'll look at all the various offerings that we went through in this session. So the total 9 different offerings are available for all of us to offer our pure gratitude, devotion, love and oneness, and also to experience the space of gratitude, devotion, oneness with the Devi Parashakti. So the very first one being the e-hundi, where you can offer any amount, the smallest unit of your currency to any highest amount you want to make offering unto Devi Parashakti. Then the next is the Sankalpa chanting, which you have to make the $1 offering. It is the offering of conscious resolution, where you make the Satya Sankalpa, where you create the conscious resolutions to bring conscious manifestation, the conscious breakthrough in your life. The next in the offering was Devi Sahasranama Kasu, where the 1008 names of Devi is inscribed one on one kasu, each name on the gold coin, and you can make this offering onto the 3 denominations, which is $25, $157 and $251. Then comes Mukta Anguthi, which is pearl finger ring. You can make this offering by paying $251, $501 and $750. Then Swarna Padma Pushpa, which is golden lotus flower. You can make that offering by paying $600, $1,200 and or $1,800. Swarna Metti, which is gold touring in the lotus feet of Devi, which is $750. Swarna Mantika, and then Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and the Vastra Seva. Then comes Pratyaksha Pada Puja and the Vastra Seva. Both the offering can be made by paying $1,008. So now we will also guide you on how to make the various offering, how you can make the payment. So in the registration form, you will get the options where you are ready to offer today, or you have the intention to offer the specific sevas. And so we'll go to the each of this individual link and get to see. So you can make the online payment. If you are already ready to make the payment, you can visit the link tiny.cc/devi offerings. And after you make the payment, we'll actually visit this link and see how to make the payment. And once you have made the payment, you can submit the details for your name to be chanted during the puja on the link tiny.cc sankalpa 2021. So we'll first visit the link tiny.cc/devi offering. So once you click on this link, you will be led to this website. Parashakti Bhavasamadhi Darshan donations, and here you can make any offering between $1 to $20,000 unit. And so here what you have to go, you have to choose for sevas. So you can see the various options are available, all those options which we discussed in the earlier session. So you can choose an option, you can choose the Sankalpa chanting. Let's say you go for the Sankalpa chanting. So you can choose the Sankalpa chanting and automatically it displays the amount that one need to offer or one need to contribute. Also, if you have many members from your family and friends for whom you want to offer, so you can increase the quantity here. So it will become $3, $4. If you have, let's say, 10 members in your family and you want to chant for all those 10 members, you can select the quantity to be 10. If you have 5 members, you can select for 5 and chant for that one. So here, then once you are done with that, you can go and click on this link called add to cart. So once you click here, it will take you to the next page. So here again, if you wish to change the quantity, so you can increase or decrease the quantity here by this option quantity, and accordingly it will show you the amount that one need to offer. Okay. So once you click on the quantity, you will have to update cart. Once you update the cart, it will update the total amount that need to be paid. So because if you just change the quantity and do not update the cart, it will not, like the moment if I change here 910, so it does not reflect $10 here. For that you need to update the cart here. So I click on the update cart. Okay. So as we update the cart, the total amount get updated. So once you are very sure of number of people you want to make the offering, you can click on proceed to checkout. So you click here on proceed to checkout. So here you will have to give the billing details. So you can fill your name, last name, all the various other information which is given here. All the star marks are mandatory. So you'll have to give email address, phone number, country, all the various things. Then you can also create an account here. You can place the order, and then the various payment options are available. You can make the payment through the credit card, and other card options are available. Once you fill these informations, you select for I have read and agree to the website terms and conditions, and then you can click on place the order and it will place the order for you. Then once you are done with that, I'll just complete this specific part, then we'll move to the next one. So once you have made the payment for the Sankalpa chanting conscious resolution, then you'll have to check for the next link, which is tiny.cc/sankalpa chanting. Okay. So on that name, I'll show you the link exact. Okay. So that link is tiny.cc/sankalpa 2021. So when you type this link in your browser, it will lead you to this specific form where you can sankalpa name. So you can fill the various confirmation that you need to give, and once you do that, you can put the payment amount. Okay. Also, if you payment via wire transfer, please email your receipt and copy of passport to accounts01 Kailasa Ltd.com. So if you are making through via wire transfer, okay, If you are using wire transfer medium, you will have to send a receipt and copy of your passport on this email ID. Then you can fill here the payment amount, payment date, which will be today, prayer's first name, so the name, first name, last name, email, phone, city, state, country, all these various informations, and you can select the offering as Parashakti Arulvaku. This is the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Actually, this is the Akashic reading. Parashakti Akashic reading session is there. So you can choose this option Parashakti Arulvaku, and you can submit on the next. You can also, this is the Sankalpas. You can click on $1 Sankalpa here. Actually offering for Sankalpa chanting, and then you click on the next. It will take you to the next option. So now we'll look into the other options on how to make the various other contributions. Okay. So again, to make other, you can come here, come back to this specific piece, and Parashakti Bhavasmandi Darshan donation. You can choose for any other offering. Okay. Let's say you want to do the offering of Devi Sahasranama Kasu. Okay, so you can choose. There are 3 denominations available. You can choose for $75, or you can choose for 151 and 251. So whichever you choose, accordingly the amount will be displayed here. You can change the quantity also if you wish to, and based on that you can add it to cart option. And once you do that, okay, so it saves the earlier offerings also. So you can actually cancel if you want to. Let's say you want to remove this one, I can cancel here, and it will be removed. Okay, so now you have only one option, which is Devi Sahasranama Kasu, pure gold coin with each 1 second name of Devi Parashakti from 1008 name, with price $151. So you can make this, and again you can proceed to the checkout. Same as the e-hundi option or the Sankalpa chanting option that we have, you have to fill the billing details, your card details, and then you place the order. So this is how you have to be putting the various informations. Okay. So now we give a few minutes for all of you. Understand everyone? So now we'll also go through how to ask the questions onto Devi Parashakti. So when the Parashakti comes, blesses all of us with her darshan through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, through the Nijavatar of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we have the very easy option for all of you to put your questions, put your prayer, request, boons and blessing, whatever you want to ask from Devi Parashakti, you can ask those through this simple, following these simple steps. Okay. So what you have to do, actually, you need to go to, if you are not watching through the YouTube, I hope many of you are watching through the YouTube, so you are already on the right place. If you are not watching through the YouTube, let's say if you are watching through the Facebook, Twitter, or any other social media platform, or any other YouTube channel, you can come to Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda, which is the official YouTube channel of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You can come to this channel and you can subscribe, and also you can join option, you can click for the membership option. So while you put the question, the questions can only be submitted through the chat options, the comment options, sorry, through where you can comment, and these comments options are open only to the person who are the member of this official YouTube channel. So first thing that you need to do is to become the member, and for becoming a member you need to click on this join button. So just next to the subscription button you will see this option join. Once you click in this for becoming a membership, the first step is become a member. Once you become the member, the next step is, once you become the member, you will be able to post your comment. Means here you are going to be posting your questions, boons and blessings, whatever is your prayer, you are going to be putting in front of Devi. So these options will be enabled by this channel now. So once you select on the join option, so let's go by step 1. So step 1, we'll learn more about this one. So for becoming a member on this official YouTube channel, you need to click on join. So the moment you click on the join, it leads to the next screen, which is membership option. You can join this option. So various options are available. You can join the Kailasian bronze option. You can also choose for the silver, gold membership, premium membership, and another this is platinum, and the another one is premium option. So any of these various subscriptions you can go for, you can choose for those subscriptions. All the subscriptions comes with a different perks, and even if you select any one of them, that gives you opportunity to comment, to put your questions while Devi Parashakti is live through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So you can select any one of the membership option available to you, and you will click on the join button. So actually you click on the left side. If you want to become a bronze membership, you can click here. If you want to subscribe for silver option, gold membership, platinum or premium membership, you click on this tab. The moment you click on this tab, it will lead you to the amount that one need to pay and the join button. So you can click on the join. Once you click on the join, it will take you to the next payment option where you can complete your purchase. So different subscriptions have the different amount that you need to pay, and once you come here, you can select for the various options. Actually, the various payment options are also available. Here you are seeing the Google Pay. I'll directly take you to the YouTube, and from there also we can see. So these options you will be able to fill the detail, and you can go for fill up your credit card or debit card detail and click on buy option, and you can make the payment. So actually I'll show you on the YouTube directly also how to make. So if you are watching through your laptop, you will see under the live section, live comment section, or the top chat where you are seeing, on the left side you see a dollar option. If you are watching through the mobile, you will see the same option on the right side. You will not be seeing on the left side, it will be coming on the right side. So you can click on the dollar option. The next, after becoming a member, you have to click on the dollar option for making your contribution to the super chat. But if you just want to put your questions onto Devi Parashakti, now this chat section will be enabled for you. You will be able to type your prayer, boons and blessings, whatever you want to ask to Devi Parashakti, you can type here and send it. Or if you want to make any other further e-hundi, any contributions you want to put, if you want your comment to be highlighted, even this option is used for highlighting your comment. So you can click on the dollar sign while you make the payment. it will give you the super chat option. Once you click on the dollar, you get the option of super sticker. Through that, you can select the various super sticker and you can send it to Devi Parashakti. You can select on super chat option. Once you select the super chat option, here you can select the various amount that you want to pay, and also you can write your comment. Okay, so here this option is being shown here. Let's say the person has selected 100 rupees, so 100 rupees is shown here, and then you get the option also to write your prayer or blessings. You can write any comment you want to write here, and based on the amount that you donate, your comment stays for that long time, long period. So this is from the YouTube directly, so you can buy and send. Once you click on the buy and send, it buys and your comments are highlighted. So you can select the amount you want to buy. You remember the comment that is pinned at the top of the chat for different time based on the amount you select. So the higher amount you select, the longer your comments will be seen on the top. Okay. Here. So if you, for the next option is to click on the buy button. So if you once you have selected the amount that you want to donate 100, 200, 500,000, whatever amount, as per your country, that currency unit will be shown. So this here it is showing rupees. If you are from the other country, your country currency will be shown. In that country currency, you can make the offer. You can add the credit card or debit card. You can add the bank account with the Bhim UPI. Means if you are using the UPI payment gateway, you can use the UPI also, or you can directly use the credit card or debit card. So you can select any one of these options, whatever option is suitable for you. Also, you can send a super sticker. The same procedure will be following. So here various stickers will be shown. You can select some of these, and you can accordingly you can select and send that option. Also, you can put your comment directly on the Facebook also. So you will have to go to official Kailasa Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page, and the first step is like. So this, if you have not liked this option, here you will be seeing like option. So like and follow Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page, and under the comment box you can ask your questions here. So you can type the question here, and the questions goes to Devi Parashakti. You can also reply on Twitter. On the Twitter, so you go to the official Twitter handle of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You can click on the following. You can also click on the bell button to get continuous notifications. So you follow this, and then you can ask your question. Go to the reply section on the tweet with hashtag ask the avatar. So here you can type hashtag ask the avatar and then type your questions that you want to ask to Devi Parashakti. The fourth option which is available here is question on Instagram feed post. So you can go to the official channel handle of Sri Nithyananda on Instagram. So this is with the Sri Nithyananda. You search here with the Sri Nithyananda. You get this option. You follow. Click on this follow button. So follow Sri Nithyananda on Instagram. Then you can ask your question in the comment box. So the live video, wherever the live is coming, under that live you can go and comment there. The next option is you can ask questions on the WhatsApp chat in kailasa.org. So you can visit the kailasa.org website, and once you go, the left side a pop-up will come here. So on this pop-up you can type your question, ask your question and send it. It directly goes into the WhatsApp. So the question will be received there, and then you can make the offer. So now I'll lead all of you on the YouTube to show you how to make the payment through the super chat. So here you can go to the Kailasa SPH official YouTube channel. and the moment you go, the first video that you will see will be the live option. So whenever it is live, you will get to see the live option. You can click here. I'll mute here. Okay. And here you see the option of $sign. Okay. Also, you can click here on the join option. Once you click here on the join this channel, you get the Kailasa bronze, which is 89 rupees in Indian currency. You can select on Kailasa silver. You can go for gold, platinum, and premium. So these are the various options available. If you click on the further join option, it will take you to the next here. Okay. So you can add your credit card, debit card. You can actually, when you click on the, okay. So you can add your credit card or debit card number. You can add the billing address. Okay. Once you add the billing address, you can go to the next option of buying here, and then you'll be able to complete your purchase. The next is on the $sign. So through this also you can directly go to all the three options: super sticker, super chat, and join option. All these three are available here. So for putting your questions to Devi Parashakti and putting your e-hundi. So this is also one option of making offering through the e-hundi. You can select any amount you want. You can type here directly, or you can move this dot here through on this line. So you can make the various offering. Let's say selected for 10,000 rupees, and then you can type your blessings, the prayer onto Devi Parashakti. So whatever prayer you want to put here, or whatever questions you want to put to Devi Parashakti, into 350 words, you can type here, and it will be pinned. So automatically YouTube will pin your comment, and it will be seen for the duration depending on with the proportion on the amount of offering you are making. So you select the amount, and after selecting the amount, you can click on buy and send option. So here you can make through the credit card or debit card. So as you click on the credit card or debit card, you get this option, or you can change by adding bank account with the Vim UPI. So you can also make the payment through UPI ID. So you can generally it will be phone number at the rate the bank short name will be there. So whoever is using UPI, they would be knowing how to use the UPI ID, and you can put all the details. Okay. Or you can go to credit card or debit card. You can fill the various details here, billing address, and then click on the buy option. So through that you can make the various payments. Once you are done with that, okay, you will have the option of typing here. So right now it is enabled for everyone, but as soon as the live darshan starts, which is scheduled at 10 p.m. Indian Standard Time, you can actually put your questions here and you can send here. So at that time, only when you are the member of official channel, means at least you should have joined this one, then only these options will be enabled. So once you are done that, you will be able to make the offer. So now all of you can go ahead and try out these options, make the offering, and if you are facing any difficulty, you can directly put your comment, because right now it is enabled for everyone. You can put your concern, whatever problem if you are facing, directly in the comment. There are very volunteers who will be helping you, guiding you on sorting out your issues. So we'll give you a few minutes for all of you to make the e-hundi offering, and also to join the YouTube channel, and how to make the comment, how to put the question onto Devi Parashakti, and then we will move to the next session. Thank you everyone for being in this session. Soon we will move to the next session. Thank you everyone. Nithyanandam.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifest the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Nithyanam everyone. So now we will move to the next session, which is going to be Bhava Samadhi Darshan, preparing ourselves for receiving the divine. So here in this session, we are going to be understanding the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan, what is Bhava Samadhi Darshan and how it works on us, how it brings the divine connection with the Supreme, how it puts us in the space of oneness, and how it brings the conscious breakthrough in all of us. And then we'll get into the meditation, which will prepare all of us to receive the divine when the Bhava Samadhi Darshan starts. So we'll move to the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Let us understand what the Bhava Samadhi Darshan is. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is not an event in the space of time, rather darshan happens when you are lifted out of a space and time. So while you are watching the darshan, you will not be in the zone of time and space, but rather your being will be lifted out of a space of time and space. So during Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our neuron mirror that of the avatar. So we'll also get into the more detail about what is mirroring of neuron, what is neuron and what is the mirroring of neuron, how it actually entangles, how it brings the Shakti Pada and Shaktini Pada with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So Bhava is defined as directing and activating the emotional and spiritual energy that is created through meditation on the avatar. So before we enter into the darshan of Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, or Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Devi Parashakti through the Nijavatar of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, before that we will be led into the guided meditation, the meditation which prepares us, which creates the spiritual and emotional energy. That energy is directed and activated, that is called Bhava. So it will be directed and activated towards the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So now we'll listen to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, beloved Swamiji, explains about the mirroring of neurons, how the mirroring neuron activity happens, how it brings the space of Shakti Pada and Shaktini Pada, through which we get entangled with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So let's listen to that.
I am introducing one of the important sacred secret, a spiritual principle to all of you. Please listen. The keyword: mirror neurons. Let me explain the concept. Then we will recognize many of our understandings with this truth. As I said, recognizing is recognizing. Mirror neurons. Very recently, I was studying a research paper where they beautifully established with various analysis researchers on a very powerful truth. For example, if somebody is swimming in the ocean, you stand and watch. Whatever brain activity is happening in that person's brain, whatever activity is happening in his brain, in his neurons, please listen. Even if you are watching, the same activities are mirrored in your brain. The same neuron activities are mirrored in your brain. Listen. If you are watching totally, the same effect is mirrored totally in you. If you are absorbed in it, you also know a little swimming. Please listen. If you know a little swimming and you are absorbed in it, you are not swimming, you are just standing. Both brains are in the same frequency, the same effect, and no difference. Listen. If somebody is swimming in the ocean, you are standing and watching. If you don't know swimming, if you are not completely absorbed in it, maybe some 80% is mirroring. If you are absorbed in it and you also know swimming, there is no difference at all between his brain and your brain. The mirroring effect, I tell you, if you are watching totally absorbed in it, then the same activity is replicated in your brain, meaning the same kind of electric and neurotic impulses are activated in your brain. This defines, this demystifies many mystical phenomena. Please listen. Now you know why just by gazing into my eyes, you are in the space of completion. Why just looking at me, you are in the space of completion. I am swimming in the ocean of consciousness in the space of completion. Even the so-called moments of my screaming, whether I am smiling, telling a joke, or That is why, even if you are absorbed in what I am doing, even if you are absorbed in the jokes I am telling you, even if you are absorbed in the actions, like very mundane, me serving food, or ordinary actions, walking, sitting, talking, joking, even in the ordinary actions. See, you will not get 100% absorbed in me if I am just sitting in samadhi. But if I am doing normal activities like you will feel comfortable. Oh, like us. Naturally, you will get absorbed. Even that feeling absorbed will put you in the space of completion. This is the reason why the gold, diamond, silk are all put on the deity. Even if you absorb all that ornaments, even that puts you in the space of completion. Usually you do not have the 100% capacity to listen or be absorbed with the happening called life. But if you start doing both, your whole 100% will be on me. How many of you are getting it? Only listening 100% you will not be able to do. Only absorbing 100% you won't be able to do. But that is why here I am playing multiple games. It is literally like a big circus. By that time you understand the joke and start laughing, I already moved on to some other verbal jugglery or brain candy. So naturally you are absorbed in total absorption. Actually, total absorption, totally being absorbed happens during energization. Whether you are there or not, it's my job. I just pull you to that space during the energization so you cannot escape. And you have to vibrate the same frequency as me. That is why people don't know ABCD of life. Just after the 21 energizations, when they go back, it is totally different. Their life is different.
So every one of us understood how the brain neuron mirrors the same activity which happens in the brain of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, while we are completely absorbed in watching, listening, seeing to the divine. Our brain neurons mirror and activate all the processes, not just activate and process all the observed movements or informations of the avatar just by seeing and without the physical act of imitation. So without we getting involved into any kind of action, just by seeing the neuron activity which happens in the brain of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, those same neuron activity can be triggered in our brain when we are completely soaked, absorbed into the seeing of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. That means our entire body, silently and without movement, recreates what is happening distances far away, experiencing the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. So, since Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism brain is radiating the superconscious energy, the same brain activity starts happening in our brain, and we also start experiencing the superconscious energy which is being radiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is sitting distances far away. Literally, it is beyond the time and space zone. It does not matter how far he is. Simply the entanglement happens, the mirroring of neurons happen, and through that the various activity starts in our brain. So the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan knows no distance, a phenomenon modern world or modern science is just discovering in terms of the quantum tunneling. This science is known to Hindu civilization for eons ago, which is mentioned as the Shaktipada and Shaktinipada. So in the Sanskrit, it is known as the Shaktipada and Shaktinipada, and these sciences are elaborately explained in the Kamik Agama and in the various other Agamas also. Our thoughts per second reduces significantly as we get entangled with the neuron activity of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the various neuron activity which is happening in the brain of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The same activity starts happening. That means we also start relaxing into the space beyond thought, as our Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is always in the space beyond thought, always in the Nirvikalpa Samadhi. The same state start manifesting in us. Our thought per second reduces significantly. We start relaxing into the space beyond thoughts, which is thoughtlessness, and we become mentally at ease in the coexisting dimensions beyond duality. Means we and the divine become one. The experience of oneness starts happening, which is not affected or unconditioned by the parameters of time and space. So you'll understand a bit about how the quantum tunneling phenomenon happens by taking the example of electron, which possesses the both nature, the dual nature, wave and particle. So electron, which is not just a matter, but rather it possesses the dual nature, which is called wave nature and particle nature. So when we look at the probability of a quantum particle like an electron with the less kinetic energy to cross over the potential energy of an energy barrier. So an electron acts both as wave and a particle. So you can imagine a scenario where the electron has to pass over on a hill. So when it has to pass, it needs certain amount of kinetic energy which can overcome the potential energy of that barrier. If the kinetic energy is lesser than the potential energy of that hill, it will not be able to pass. But when we consider that as a wave nature, when we consider the wave nature of electron, it can simply pass through the hill and it can propagate to the other side. And this is the science behind the quantum tunneling. The science is imposed on the people who witness the Bhava Darshan. This is because our neurons are able to mirror the neuron of divine immediately. Through the quantum tunneling, we are able to travel through the divine energy and mirror the exact same neurons. So this is the scriptural reference on the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. When Krishna once saw his own extraordinary sweetness reflected in the jeweled wall, he was amazed and said, "How unprecedented and astonishing is this deep and indescribable sweetness of mine. When I see it, even I become greedy to enjoy its sweetness. Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. But I cannot. After due consideration, I find that the only way to release this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika." Now entering into the next part, where Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the science of Nijavatara, manifesting Paramashiva. The consciousness expresses the being of Paramashiva through the Divya Sarira and manifests as a Nijavatara, physical form for us to experience Paramashiva. Devi Parashakti expresses through the being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests as a Nijavatara, physical form Devi Meenakshi. Bhagavan Paramashiva expresses through the being of Subramanya, manifests as Nijavatara, physical form Bhagavan Muruga. Bhagavan Paramashiva expresses being of Arunagiri Yogeshwara and manifests in Nijavatara physical form, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam. Bhagavan Paramdhama expresses being of Mahavishnu and manifests as the Nijavatara physical form, Bhagavan Venkateshwara. The Archavatara deity reflects the consciousness and manifestation of the superconscious energy, but human beings are not mature enough to receive the higher level experiences from the Archavatara directly. The avatar, the physically embodied form, comes down to bridge the gap and create an experience of superconscious energy in all of us. So, just to bridge the gap that gets created because of our inability to grasp the divine through the Archavatara, the divine takes the manifestation, manifest as the Nijavatara to bridge the gap and take us beyond the space of time and space. When we have the Bhavasamadhi darshan of the Nijavatara, manifesting beings of the various dimensions of Paramashiva, like we get to have the darshan of Kala Bhairava, Lingodbhava Bhavasamadhi darshan, Venkateshwara Bhavasamadhi darshan, Devi Parashakti Bhavasamadhi darshan. All these are the various dimensions of the Paramashiva. So when we have the Bhavasamadhi darshan of Nijavatara manifesting the being of various dimensions of Paramashiva, the auspicious components and the powerfulness of those dimensions of Paramashiva are awakened in us. So all this divine embodies the various Ananta Kalyana Gunas, the various quality, auspiciousness and powerfulness are associated with the various dimensions of Paramashiva. When we are in the Bhavasamadhi darshan, where we are in the Shakti Pada and Shaktini Pada, all those various dimensions get awakened in us. Those qualities are awakened in us, and we also start manifesting those divine qualities in us. Dimensions of Paramashiva manifesting in the Nijavatara for us to experience the same is Bhavasamadhi darshan. Bhavasamadhi darshan is the direct experience of causeless bliss. Understand? It is the most easiest way where we do not have to put any effort to experience the causeless bliss, the experience of ultimate that can happen just through the Bhavasamadhi darshan. During Bhavasamadhi darshan, our being comes alive and celebrates with the energy wave of existence. So literally our whole being gets entangled with the Paramashiva or the various dimensions of Paramashiva. It becomes alive because it mirrors the same activity which is happening in the brain of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the same quality gets awakened. Our being becomes as alive as that divine, and also we start celebrating with that energy wave of existence. Our very muscles learn to imbibe and radiate Paramashiva. Bhavasamadhi darshan is like a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. Even without much effort from our side, our very biomemory awakens to the space of Paramashiva. Ultimate consciousness during the Bhavasamadhi darshan. Our very biomemory gets awakened to the space of Paramashiva. Our very biomemory gets purified, rekindled. The higher powerful cognitions get rekindled in us during the Bhavasamadhi darshan. To have the glimpse of having darshan of an avatar cleanses the karma of the lifetime and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us. So the karma that we have accumulated in the lifetime, not just in this life, but in the various janmas, the karma which has been accumulated, that gets cleaned, that gets cleared just by the glimpse of the avatar and brings a lasting transformation in us. Now, the next part is the gratitude, bringing the space of gratitude, preparing ourselves to receive the superconscious energy through the Bhavasamadhi darshan. We need to prepare our physiology, our psychology, our very conscious, so that we can manifest the divine, hold the divine into our physical being itself. So for that, we'll be led into the meditation. What the meditation that it awakens the gratitude in us, and gratitude enables the reflection of consciousness on all levels. So when we are overflowing with the gratitude, understand the gratitude is the best attitude to receive the divine, the super consciousness. When we are overflowing with the gratitude, when our whole being is pouring the gratitude, the reflection of consciousness, the reflection of super consciousness, the various dimensions of Paramashiva can be reflected on our physical, physiological, and ultimately conscious level. So darshan meditation as a preparation help us to fall into the space of gratitude, and that's why it's very important to do the darshan meditation before we enter into the darshan of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, because it prepares us to fall into the space of gratitude. Only when you fall into the space of gratitude, the reflection of super consciousness, the reflection of various dimensions of Paramashiva can happen on all the levels, whether it is physical, psychological, and conscious level. And this is the time when we drop our Satya Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, the Satya Sankalpa of anything we want to manifest or anything we need in our life. So, while you meditate, while you fall into the space of gratitude, be ready to reflect the consciousness of Paramashiva. And that is all you need, that is all we need to manifest the best for our life and for the life of people around us. So whatever we want to manifest in our life, what we need is just the manifestation of that divine manifestation of oneness, manifesting the oneness, the quality of oneness in our being. And that all is enough. Now, while you meditate upon, we need to have the right context to receive the darshan. So one side meditation help us to fall into the space of gratitude, and also it sets the right context to receive the darshan, and that right context is the right declaration. Your declaration to Paramashiva, that Paramashiva, I know you are the source of everything. You are everything, and you are in the embodied form of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and you are in this body. You are the source for both. Let me connect with you. Let you reveal yourself to me. Let me be in the Bhava Samadhi of you. So this is the context, this is the declaration that you need to make onto Paramashiva, so that you can be established in the right context. When the gratitude, when you fall into the gratitude, at the same time, you have the right context to manifest oneness with the divine. So with this, now we'll give you time to get ready for Panchopachara Puja. Please get ready with all these 5 offerings that you need to make when we get ready, when we enter into the darshan. So before that, we'll have another session, and then only we'll enter into the meditation. But by the time, you can get ready with these following items: sandalwood paste, flower, incense, lamp, and food offering Nevedya. Please get ready. We'll give you a few moments for that before we enter into the next segment.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Digital moksha.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Nithyanam everyone, thank you for joining us again. As the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will be joining us very soon for the Devi Parashakti Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Let us now look a little bit more into the revelations which Devi Parashakti has already revealed to the world about this COVID-19 pandemic. With thousands and thousands of people across the globe suffering and without a solution for them, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened up the Kailasa campus and has prepared for this pandemic years before. We're now going to be watching a short video about the Nithyananda Linga in the Vaidyasarovar here in the Kailasa Bidadi campus. This Nithyananda Linga is made out of the Navapashana, which are the 9 types of poisons. These poisons, when used correctly, becomes a medicine for us, for the end user. Swamiji, having insight, knowing that the pandemic will be coming in the future, created the Navapashana Linga so that all of us will be blessed, will be healed, will have a cure for the coronavirus. Let us all now watch a short video about the Nithyananda Linga.
அல்ல லட்சம் அல்ல கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். இந்திய நாட்டினில் கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். உண்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், தேடிக்கொள்ளுங்கள் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கைக்கு பாதுகாப்பை. ஆதி கைலாசத்தை நிர்வகிக்கும் அன்பர்களே, நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக வரப்போகும் இந்த மாபெரும் பிரளயத்தை தெரிந்து கொண்டு உலகில் இருக்கும் எல்லா ஔஷத சக்திகளையும் ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி நவபாஷாணத்து நிறுத்தி ஆனந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் ஸ்தாபித்து வைத்தேன். வருகின்ற குரு பூர்ணிமையோடு 12 ஆண்டுகள் அந்த ஞான ரசவாதம் பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து முழுமையான நவபாஷாண லிங்கமாய் மலர்ந்து விடுகின்றது. வருகின்ற குரு பௌர்ணமியில் இருந்து வருகின்ற எல்லோரும் அங்கு வந்து நவபாஷாண தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடிச் செல்ல அனுமதியுங்கள். அதற்கு வகை செய்யும் விதத்திலே நல்ல முறையிலே எல்லா நன்மையும் செய்து வையுங்கள். இந்த தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடியோர்க்கும் அந்த தீர்த்தத்தை அருந்தியோர்க்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று வராது, மரணம் இல்லை, துக்கம் இல்லை. இது அறிவியல் பூர்வமாய் அனுபவ பூர்வமாய் நிரூபிக்கப்படும். அதனால் கோடிக்கணக்கில் மக்கள் வரிசையில் நின்று தினந்தோறும் வந்து நவபாஷாணத்தாலான ஆனந்த லிங்கத்தில், நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தில் நீராடி வணங்கி நன்மை பெற்றுச் செல்வார்கள். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள் மக்களே. 12 ஆண்டுகள் முன்பாக பராசக்தி நான் செய்து வைத்த நவபாஷாணம் சித்தித்து, புளித்து, பழுத்து, முதிர்ந்து ரசவாத யோகத்தில் சித்தியாகி இன்று நிறைந்த நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் மலர்ந்திருக்கின்றது. இதை செய்த காரணம் வரப்போகும் பிரபஞ்சத்தின் பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே. எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நேரடியாய் மறைமுகமாய் உதவி செய்து உடன் இருந்த எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோரையும் நம்பியே இந்த படகை நாம் உருவாக்கினோம். இந்த பெரும் சேவையில் எல்லோரும் வந்து பாகமாயிருந்து கொரோனா வராதவர், வந்தவர், வந்து நீங்கியோர், இவர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் மாபெரும் மருந்து நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்து தீர்த்த விருந்து. எல்லோரும் வந்து நல் நீராடி தற்காப்பும் பெற்று நோய் கண்டவர் நோயும் தீர்ந்து நன்மையெல்லாம் அடைந்திட இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, அடுத்த சில மாதங்கள்
Yes. So here we have the translation, the rough translation of what Devi Parashakti revealed to all of us, to the whole world, for the benefit of our understanding. Roughly translating the sacred secrets which Devi Parashakti has revealed. Even if children do mistakes in ignorance by getting stuck in Maya, as it is Parashakti, Paramashakti, Paramashodasi, Manon-Mani, made responsibility to save the cosmos from destruction. I am telling some of the truths. Listen properly. Within next few months, not in thousands or lakhs, lives will be lost in crores. Crores of lives will be lost in India. I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the good. Search for protection in your life, for your life. And to validate what Devi Parashakti has revealed in the Akashic reading, to validate what Devi Parashakti has revealed to the whole world, all you need to do is you can visit and go through so many, just go through Facebook, go through Google. You will find tons and tons of articles telling how bodies are being piled up in cremation grounds, how in Uttar Pradesh, Without a means to cremate the body, they are just thrown in the Ganga, the Ganges. There are too many bodies piling up and not enough space to cremate them or even to burn their bodies. Many people have started throwing the bodies into the rivers itself directly, as they are unable to cremate it, neither have the resources nor have the space or time. This is the situation, this is the condition in which humanity is entering into. Joining us today for this segment, we also have Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam and Sri Sarabeshwara Maharaj. We're going to be taking us further down this line and expanding on the revelations and the Akashic readings of Devi Parashakti. Nithyanandam.
Nithyanandam, thank you so much, Maharaj, for introducing us. So, moving ahead.
So we got an overwhelming response from all corners of the world regarding the recent revelation we shared regarding the bio war waged on Adi Kailasa. Various sections of the media and public at large expressed their solidarity and support for the bio war which was waged on Adi Kailasa, and recently we had shared about it. We are going to elaborate on that and going to share some more details and answer to some questions which have been raised by people who are very concerned about the well-being of all the Hindus and all the people in Adi Kailasa, and also by questions which have been raised by some sections of the media. So let us visit the topic for the benefit of our viewers who might not be aware of the details. Anti-Hindu militant terrorist forces have launched bio war using seeds of terrorism on the Adi Kailasa ship, which is like the Noah's Ark or Manu's boat, meant for carrying Hindus across these times of crisis, across the COVID pandemic.
So, we will be going into the details of this attack which happened on the Adi Kailasa by some people who do not want this Adi Kailasa ship to survive. So what method they chose was they sent unsolicited seeds, the seeds which were not demanded by anyone. And it is not a very abstract incident. It is actually happening in many parts of the world. We will be covering also that. So now moving on, we will see the details of. First, we'll discuss about the contributions of Swamiji, why it is so important to keep the Adi Kailasa ship safe. What are the contributions, what Kailasa is going to do for humanity, and what for that reason only it is being attacked. Because you do not attack someone who has no value. So the value, immense value that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has, based on that, the attacks are happening.
So one thing which we need to understand here is, although the gun might seem to be pointed on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his disciples and the ecosystem, it is actually intended towards the entire humanity, because the good work being done in Adi Kailasa to protect humanity and particularly the citizens of India from this COVID crisis is what these anti-Hindu forces do not want, and that is precisely why they attacked the Adi Kailasa.
So here we will have a quick introduction about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, who is the leader of more than 2 billion Hindus across the world. And for the past 26 years, he has worked tirelessly, revived ancient and authentic Sanatan Hindu Dharma. And also, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasanidhanam of Kanchi Kailas Sarvagya Peetham.
We have gone through the details about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, but we are revisiting all these things to in the retrospect, in the analysis of the intention behind this bio war. We might see Swamiji as our Guru, as our guide, as our God, but what Swamiji means for the anti-Hindu terrorist forces, Swamiji is the only hope for Hinduism which these anti-Hindu forces want to destroy.
So going ahead, the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations initiatives through its de facto spiritual embassies globally strives to unite all nations in the world for global peace, eradicating poverty, religious tolerance, gender equality, women empowerment, child welfare towards development goals, eradicating illiteracy, sustainable development, animal protection, food bank, holistic healthcare, revival of ancient heritage of Hinduism. So all these things the Sri Kailasa United Nations under different banners is doing.
And has been doing since the past more than 26 years.
And protecting and reviving the science of enlightened birthing and pregnancy, democracy and uncorrupt elections, ethical environmentalism, protection of monks, organic and sustainable agriculture, recovery of drug abuse, sexual abuse victims, vegetarianism and climate change, uniting nations against contemporary forms of slavery, animal rights, deforestation, ancient heritage, ancient sciences, nutritious food and hunger-free world, indigenous aboriginal nations, feminine empowerment and feminine empowerment and gender equality. So you can see the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations is working in all the fields to keep the humanity safe. Also, Kailasa's food bank functions based on the Hindu principles of food. Also, the food bank that is very important now in this time of pandemic. The Kailasa's food bank functions on the Hindu principles of food, health, and service with a track record of 26 years.
Please understand, all these things are very crucial for us to understand why this bio war was waged on Kailasa. It is because Kailasa is a safe haven for Hindus in the present ongoing COVID crisis. Adi Kailasa has resources, has more than 100 tons of groceries and grains alone just for protecting the citizens of Kailasa and whoever comes to Kailasa for refuge. In times of crisis, it has been accumulated over almost a decade, and all these things are there to support humanity in these difficult times. Now, if Adi Kailasa is attacked, it is going to have a profound effect on humanity. Please understand, Adi Kailasa has done mega government projects which even a government would not dare. For example, in 2012, Kailasa executed a big survival, a big flood relief project in Pondicherry and literally recovered an entire state. Pondicherry is a union territory, and the entire state had machinery had collapsed, and Adi Kailasa had the Kailasa volunteers and the welfare forces had gone there and recovered the entire state, including odd works like fixing the transformer lines, and made sure that within less than 7 days, the state was back functioning. We even cleared the roads of blockages with JCBs and made sure that each and every citizen of Pondicherry had food. Such massive projects are executed on a regular basis. Every Paurnami festival in Tiruvannamalai, more than 3 million people are served free organic food. More than 3 million visitors and pilgrims are served free organic food. The Kailasa ecosystem has served more than 1 billion meals in the past 26 years.
So you can see the contribution the Kailasa is doing for the humanity and humanity in large and Hinduism in particular.
And the Kailasa food bank is an important component in this. That is why the attack on Adi Kailasa is not just a simple attack. It is an attack on the food security of a large chunk of an impoverished population of India.
Also, we will be just going through quickly the different functions, the different organizations and activities of Kailasa, like Kailasa's organic agriculture and animal shelter.
Kailasa's organic agriculture, which is done in some of the specialized monastic complexes of the Kailasa ecosystem, such as Rajapalyam, grow organic rice and grains, which are used in the Kailasa food bank system. Food distribution system and cater to millions of Hindus and millions of citizens of irrespective of their religion, caste, creed, race.
Yes.
And this is another target of this.
So there are more than
bio-war.
100 locations where this is happening. Also, Kailasa is working for sustainable development.
There are many farmers who are connected with the Kailasa ecosystem, and our organic grains are sourced from these farmers, and it's a huge network of sustainable agriculture ecosystem.
Then we have Kailasa's women empowerment. Kailasa is working extensively on women empowerment. As per the vision of Swamiji, not only male will be doing the puja in the temples, Garbha Mandir, even all genders. So Swamiji has opened all his temples for all the genders.
All the 11 genders.
Not only male or female, but all the genders can do. So that includes automatically, that empowers the females, and also all the in the Kailasa administration, the women are at the top positions. So the women empowerment by the Kailasa organization is at the peak.
And these are some of the things which anti-Hindu extremist militants do not like, who find these things against their ideologies and who attack the Kailasa ecosystem because of their counter views on against Kailasa's progressive stance toward gender equality.
So here you can see that 90%, the greatest Hindu nation today is 90% administered by women. So Kailasa has 90% women in the administration. And it's also, Swamiji has opened the door into initiation into Hinduism's exceptional order, the monastic order. So the being initiated into sannyas, that door has been opened by Swamiji for the woman or for the female sannyasis. So this is the woman empowerment in Kailasa.
Kailasa is also protecting ancient sciences from the depths of Hinduism, such as Hindu medicine, Hindu sciences of power manifestation, Hindu biology, Hindu alchemy, and Hindu physics, including sciences of Vaimanika Shastra and Hindu cosmology and Hindu mathematics.
So you can see 2008 Vedic fire ritual for world peace being performed by members of the sovereign order of Kailasa.
This is from Pondicherry, the very place which we mentioned a few moments ago, where a huge flood relief activity was done in 2012. So it is not just the religious services, not just the social services, all kinds of services are offered to all the ecosystems of Kailasa, wherever the Kailasa ecosystem was able to root itself without fear of persecution.
So Kailasa is contributing in the women empowerment, for animal rights, for food security, for sustainable development in all the ways. And the main component is the spiritual component that you can see. The Vedic fire ritual means the yajna or homa that was happening there. Also, you can see the food being cooked during the cyclone, Thani cyclone. The date is
2011.
In the December of 2011, this cyclone Thani happened, and Swamiji reached there by 1st of January
2000.
It was the Swamiji's birth date, like the
celebration
Jayanti
of his birth star as per Hinduism. But Swamiji cancelled all plans and rushed to help the victims of this cyclone.
And you can see Swamiji himself is cooking during that time.
And similarly, just like how Swamiji has done it before, Swamiji is doing again and has opened the doors for the COVID-affected people of India to have themselves in Adi Kailasa and protect themselves through a multi-layered quarantine facility and get the best benefit out of the services which Swamiji has enabled for the welfare of entire humanity.
Meditation classes conducted in local schools by Kailasa's White Om and Sovereign Order of Kailasa. So meditation classes also were being conducted different places, you can see in schools, and making the people ready to live the enlightened lifestyle.
The Hindu lifestyle and the big and ancient Hindu festivals and pilgrimages like the Kumbh Mela the festival of Kumbh Mela was taken to the world, to other continents where such grand Hindu pilgrimage and Hindu festivals were never celebrated before. This we see in the 2006, the first conference of world peace to honor the memory of those who had lost their life during the terrorist attack at the World Trade Centers. During the same uh, during the same travel, Swamiji had also brought Kumbh Mela to other continents such as the North America.
At that time, in 2001, Swamiji was only 23 years old. This point is most important. At it was 2006 when it happened. So Swamiji was 28 years old at that time. Also, you can see January 2009 Peace March to unite people of all regions for peace was initiated by heads in southern India.
So we have seen in the previous segment where Devi had revealed that she had planned that the Krimi Bhojanam hell should not open in India. And for that, she had planned that Swamiji would be doing a Padayatra to all the Jyotirlingas, the sacred pilgrimage spots of Hinduism by walk. Swamiji would be doing.
Actually, the 12 Jyotirlingas are the special lingas, the Shiv lingas, which are located at various places in India. And all these have very high spiritual significance. And Swamiji, he had the plan to do the Padayatra from the southern tip of India to the northern tip of India, going through all these 12 Jyotirlingas.
And the picture which we see is precisely of that yatra, that pilgrimage which Swamiji had started. And it is exactly this time that a huge attack was waged on the Kailasa ecosystem by anti-Hindu forces who had launched a massive smear campaign using media machinery, media mafia forces, which continues till date.
You can see the amount on the number of people who have joined in for different peacekeepers peace walk by peacekeepers of Sovereign Order of Kailasa. So such is the phenomenon.
And we understand that such a huge number of people, such a huge number of volunteers and a huge number of citizens of Kailashas follow Swamiji and do all these social services like we have been mentioning. More than 1 billion free food, sattvic meals have been served by Kailasa over the past 26 years, with more than 3 million served during a single festival alone, like such as the Purnami, almost every month. How was this made possible? We see in the picture that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, our beloved Guru Swamiji, is serving food to people with a bandage on his hand. Please understand, this bandage was because of a multiple compound fracture which Swamiji's body underwent when he fell from a horse. The bones actually protruded out of the skin and broke. If anybody is from a medical background or has seen anybody in their family with a multiple compound fracture, it is extremely painful. The bones had actually tore the skin and come out. And that is why if anybody has taken darshan from Swamiji in a very close setting, they will notice a huge stitch. So it is during that moment when his hand was fractured, a steel implant was inserted. This picture is after 2 years of that steel implant having been removed as the bones had joined. And immediately after the operation for removing the steel implant, Swamiji was offering Annadan, the sacred organic food. Why? Because when we do good to the people, their blessings, it comes to us and it actually heals us. That is one part of the spiritual alchemy process, but the inspiration it infuses, just see the smiling faces of the volunteers around, the monks around, it just infuses the energy that
the important point is that even when Swamiji had hundreds of followers who could do these activities, why Swamiji took up this act? To show the people that service to the Shiv Bhaktas is the real service.
The service to the devotees of Shiva, Bhagwan Shiva, is service to Lord Shiva.
So to inculcate this habit into the people so that they love serving the Bhaktas, Swamiji himself is serving.
So please understand, it is not a pain. Even if it is a pain, that pain is turned into a nectarine experience because it's a service to God.
Also, all these activities, you are seeing that the monks of Kailasa, Nithyananda Sovereign Order, they donated blood all the time. Like so many social services Kailasa has done.
And in this picture, we see that the representatives of the Kailasa's Red Home, which is Kailasa's wing, which deals with natural calamities and food security issues, handing over their collected donation to the Karnataka's Chief Minister's Relief Fund. So the revenue, which the donation, the funds which Kailasa raises, it shares with the government, the local governments, to empower them for their various missions. In this capacity, Kailasa, and by the way, a point to be noted is Kailasa never receives any funds from the government. Kailasa only raises funds and empowers their local governments so that they can do the required welfare projects for the people. In that sense, Kailasa is something much more than a super government, which is meant to enlighten people and provide all the social services and the peace and the harmony which is required for people to have the experience of living enlightenment. In this spiritual conference and meditation program led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, it is from 27th April 2008. We see a large gathering of people from Tamil Nadu. In this, we see the erstwhile president of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, expresses and extends his greetings to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the work, the welfare
Fifth
work.
anniversary of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham. So why we are showing all this is, so we want to tell the viewers that the contribution of Kailasa, how the Kailasa is contributing, why the attacks will follow after that, why the attack on Kailasa, because Kailasa is the last ship which is keeping the Hinduism alive, which is the last hope of not only Hinduism, but humanity as well. So all these attacks are happening to destroy this ship, to destroy this last ship, which is going to save humanity and Hinduism. That's why we are showing that what are the contributions past 26 years. It is necessary to remind that you do not forget that why the attacks are happening is not because of any other reason. It's because of the contributions that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been doing along with the Sangha, the Kailasa organization and Kailasa nation. So you can see the Swamiji's picture with the former president of India, late APJ Abdul Kalam.
We see that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been recognized for his immense contribution towards humanity by various dignitaries, diplomats from around all corners of the world. This is the California Legislative Assembly of Norway recognizing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as an enlightened master and a modern mystic who has taught the science of attaining endless happiness
through meditation. So you can see the words, they mention attain endless happiness through meditation. So the whole world was recognizing the contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
We see this similar certificate of recognition from Montclair, the city of Montclair. And for all our viewers who might not be aware, the city of Montclair celebrates one of the days of the year as Paramahamsa Nithyananda Day. The city has declared one of the day in celebration of their experiences with Swamiji. So it is a very rare privilege.
Also, there were multiple recognitions from multiple places, California legislature, and all these places you can see keys to the city. Actually, the keys to the city were given to Swamiji.
It's an honorary title where the keys of the city of Artesia, California was given to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism
on 29th March 2009. So you can see how far Swamiji has reached. Swamiji has not only impacted India, he was making his impact even in the US.
And this is in Canada on 1st September 2009. Jim Cargians, the Member of Parliament from Toronto, recognized the Supreme Pontiff for his contribution as a global peace ambassador. This is from Oklahoma City, USA on the 6th October 2009, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was recognized for his unselfish service to the people of Oklahoma City while serving for their spiritual well-being.
So there are so many recognitions.
So this is an ordinary postal stamp published by the Postal Department of India on the occasion of Kumbh Mela on 30th April 2016. You can see the picture of Swamiji, where a postal stamp which is used throughout the country was issued with a picture of Swamiji.
It is a rare honor given to extraordinary people. So Swamiji was recognized even by the government of India. The Postal Department is a government of India department. It also recognized the contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during the occasion of Kumbh Mela. So the recognition was from all sides, from the government side, from former president, you see, from different other governments, from charitable trusts, from common people, from everyone. Swamiji was getting the recognition.
This we see from the state of California, the Senate recognizing and congratulating His Divine Holiness, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, for highlighting and educating the community on Kumbh Mela. As we were sharing, Swamiji took Kumbh Mela to the US. This is a certificate from the Akhil Bharati Akhada Parishad, dated 11th October 2015, where the Akhil Bharati Akhada Parishad recognized that the Kailasa Nithyananda Hindu University is authorized to conduct the Kumbh Mela festival officially
outside India.
It's
so any organization that can conduct the Kumbh Mela in Nithyananda University is the only organization which has been authorized. So you can see this letter is signed by the Mahant Narendra Giri, who is the Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of this.
Is the head of the Akhil Bharati Akhada Parishad. This we see is one of the Guinness Book of World Records in Kundalini Rajju Yoga on the 30th September 2017.
So not only through social services, through spiritual services, even through these activities like yoga, Swamiji has got recognition. The Guinness World of Records, you can see here, the another record was given for the pole yoga, the
Shivastamba yoga, dated 3rd October 2017.
And then the Om, creation of the largest Om human
chain
Om
of
symbol
Om on the 16th December 2017. So this is what we were mentioning earlier. 18th October 2017, the city of Montclair declared the day 18th October as Paramahamsa Nithyananda Day in recognition of the contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism towards the superconscious evolution of humanity. On 1st January 2012, this is precisely the day when actually Swamiji had gone to Pondicherry to do the relief work without caring about anything. Around that time, Swamiji was also named as among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities by the renowned esoteric magazine Body, Mind, Spirit. So please understand, this is despite the massive amount of persecution which was done to Swamiji, where he, as a very young monk, survived this persecution and actually expanded his mission to more than 33 countries and then extended it to more than 50 countries over the years, and that's despite all the persecution.
And actually, the Nithyananda Hindu University has satellite campuses in more than 150 countries. So you can just imagine how far is the reach. And this is from 31st March 2018, when Swamiji was conferred with honorary doctorate in humanities by the Commonwealth University.
This is a recognition by the United Nations Global Development Organization for the contribution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for superconscious evolution of humanity. This is from 25th April 2019 by Azteca University in Mexico, giving an honorary doctorate degree to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for his contribution in the field of super consciousness. So coming back to how the COVID-19 has been impacting us, COVID-19 has exposed the vulnerabilities in our systems, in our administrative systems, the failures, the multiple failures in the state machinery, in the media, in the way people live fundamentally as a society. And it's a time where we have to introspect and understand what are the practical implications of these blind spots and how we can deal with it, and also to see how these blind spots are being exploited by the bio-war waged on Adi Kailasa, which is actually targeting humanity in totality.
So we can see the black fungus that is attacking human beings. It is one of the bio wars that is happening. Why? Because all these are created somewhere.
See, please understand, we might agree or disagree when it comes to the COVID-19, the virus behind the COVID-19, that it might be, we might agree or disagree that it might be natural or man-made. But when it comes to black fungus, it is very much man-made. The reason being that black fungus is not a new disease. It has been there for a long time. But why is there such a spike in black fungus is because the very treatment which is administered to the COVID-19 patient, the steroids which are used to cure COVID-19 patients, the same steroids are making the body of these patients highly vulnerable and susceptible to this black fungus infection. So we are having a cure which is not solving the problem, but actually compounding it, because people actually survive COVID-19. The death rate is very less.
It's less than 1%, actually.
But if you look at COVID-19, black fungus,
the death rate is
50%. So if two people are affected by black fungus, one of them dies. It is so fatal.
And Devi, in one of the Parashakti Akashic reading, has very clearly said that it is a bio war opened against the people. So the bio war used now is coming in various ways. One of the ways is the seeds. Another way is the diseases. So you can see the black fungus, which is more fatal than COVID-19 itself. It kills 50% of the people. And so
it is, and the situation which you are facing, it is not natural for sure, because only the people who are administered the treatment for COVID-19 through the use of excessive steroids, only these people are susceptible and vulnerable. Other people are not affected, because these steroids are destroying the immunity of the people, of the patients.
And because of all these attacks in India, you can see so many people are dying that the crematoriums are working at the peak of their capacity, and there is such lack of woods and the place to burn them. The people are choosing to throw their loved ones in rivers. That you can see here, 2,000 bodies found within 1,140 kilometers on banks of river Ganga in Uttar Pradesh.
So we can say on an average, every 500 meters, there's a dead body in river Ganga, a dead body of a COVID patient in Ganga. And it is not a Hindu ritual or any ritual of any community where dead bodies are thrown in the river, because as per Hinduism, bodies are burnt. So what we are seeing is not a ritual, it is not a tradition, neither it is an error, because we know that the government in the past, even for doing Visarjan, departing with clay deities, when people and Hindu monks have departed with the clay deities and done the Visarjan in the soil, in the river, the police has beaten Hindu monks with lathis, with batons. Why? Because they consider it illegal, they consider it wrong. They
consider it as polluting Ganga. But whereas these 2,000 bodies were thrown in Ganga without anyone asking any question, without any acknowledgement from the government side, without any inquiry. Even who are these people? No one knows.
Rather, we are having an elaborate explanation of the possible reasons why people might have dumped it. It's not a question of finding who shot the gun, or just finding out if you see a smoking gun barrel, it's not about that. It is about the responsibility, who killed them, how they died, who dumped their bodies. It is a combined responsibility, and it cannot be washed by just handing over the smoking gun barrel to someone's hand and blaming that person. It is a responsibility where the state and the sections of the administration are failing, where they are hyperactive in beating Hindu monks when they are doing Visarjan, but there is not anybody batting an eyelid when patients, COVID-19 victims, are put in the Ganga waters.
Also, this is very important fact that we need to brought out. The vaccines that are being given to prevent corona are creating mutant viruses.
So this was revealed by this possibility was revealed by a Nobel Prize winner, and the news report expresses it as a bombshell, but this was denied. And the scientist was dismissed and heavily criticized. But guess what happened subsequently? Over the period of time, the authorities started acknowledging that yes, corona might be airborne, on all these things which the scientists have been revealing. The authorities started acknowledging, and subsequently, what happened? The authorities came to the positive conclusion: yes, corona is spreading through the air,
and the variants are being created through the vaccine. That the Professor Luc Montagnier has said that epidemiologists know but are silent about the phenomenon known as antibody dependent enhancement. So the more the cure is being given, the more diseases are getting created. For example, when the vaccines are getting created, they lead to creating variants of the virus. Once the treatment is given, it leads to black fungus. So this COVID-19, whether it is being treated or it is being prevented, in both the cases, new diseases are being produced.
So whether you take a vaccine or whether you go through a treatment once you are infected, both the ways it's dangerous. The only way to protect yourself is to quarantine yourself through a multi-layered protective quarantine, which Devi has herself repeatedly emphasized and Swamiji has provided.
Also, you can see WHO warns it could take up to 5 years before the coronavirus pandemic is under control.
Please understand, there's no government which is revealing this. This is the World Health Organization, because the World Health Organization is an organization without the fear of winning the elections. That is why it can transparently and responsibly, relatively much more transparently and responsibly, share what are the important findings to the people all around the globe.
One of the points here is, within 2 years, the economy of the world is crunching. All the people a major portion of the population has been pushed in the poverty line because of the continuous lockdowns, and so many employment has been snatched away from the people. So the people are being pushed into poverty and destituteness. So what is the way for them? How they can survive till 2025?
And please understand, the gap between the rich and the poor has increased already a lot, and these are all reports, public reports available. Home quarantine, and in these crisis moments, home quarantine is not possible, and it has been accepted by the chief minister of Assam, and it has also been accepted by many of the government authorities,
including Maharashtra. So you can see powerful countries of the world closing their borders. All these countries, like you can see the Australia, Bangladesh extends ongoing India border closer. So even Australia, Bangladesh, USA, Australia, everyone, all the UKs, all the big countries, major countries are closing their borders with India.
In fact, head of one of the companies which manufactures vaccines in India, COVID vaccines in India, the CEO fled to the UK before they closed their borders for immigrations.
So you can see this whole thing where the big countries they are closing their borders for
Not
India.
just the big countries, even countries like
Like-
Bangladesh, which
yeah,
are
which-
considered much smaller in terms
And-
of economy and influence, both.
But when first world countries closed their borders during this massive global recession, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception.
So this is where the Kailasa is much beyond a civilizational nation. It is much more than a government. It is much more than a super government. It's a responsibility-based enlightenment ecosystem there to serve people. So we should understand by this the kind of impact that Kailasa is already having on humanity, and precisely for this reason it was targeted.
And you can see Devi has revealed that Bharata is a land where the enlightened beings happen again and again. And we cannot afford to lose this enlightenment land, that Bharatam. We cannot lose the enlightenment worm. That's why it's so important to keep this ecosystem alive. So you can see different revelations by Devi Parashakti is saying that for India, I made SIP as protection, the Nithyananda Paramashivam. So we have seen in the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading that how the Hindu birth is important because it is the best of the best. And those who took the Hindu birth, they had the responsibility of keeping the dharma alive. But once they forgot it, that is one of the cause for this pralaya to happen, and to teach them and align them to their purpose of life.
And please understand, Adi Kailasa is not just the place where people are finding a safe haven, protecting themselves from COVID, quarantining themselves in a multi-layer quarantine. It is also the place where Swamiji has installed the Navapasha Anandalinga, which has immense healing properties, which when we bathe under the energized water falling from the Anandalinga on people, when people bathe in that, various ailments are healed. And this is one of the solutions which Devi revealed for them to protect themselves from this pandemic.
So also Swamiji is mentioning here that the whole Kailasa ecosystem is prepared to keep the people safe during the deluge, this pralaya. And this whole thing was under construction. This whole thing was being planned well ahead in time. Since more than 10 years, more than a decade, Swamiji was preparing all of the Kailasa Adhinams in India and abroad to be prepared for this pralaya. You can see in one of the Akashic readings, Devi Parashakti revealed that the Kailasa ecosystem in Malaysia, which Swamiji was trying to create from 2004 itself, when he started his multiple visits to Malaysia, and he actually established the Kailasa in Malaysia twice, which was lost due to the indifference of the people who were entrusted to manage that. So that ecosystem was lost. The only ecosystem now left which can save the humanity during this pandemic is the Kailasa, Adi Kailasa ecosystem. And Swamiji says that he already revealed this to the people, that multi-layer quarantine is the only way to keep the people safe. And Kailasa, the Adi Kailasa campus and other campuses in India, like 12 campuses Swamiji has opened, only these 12 components have the capacity to give the multi-layer quarantine to the people.
So we already heard, and I'm just revisiting the fact that even the Chief Minister of Assam has accepted that home quarantine is not possible. At the same time, the government is not even revealing that if the government is having any project to enable multi-level quarantine. So here we see how the Kailasa ecosystem is much ahead of the government. I do not know, and I do not claim that the government will be providing such multi-level quarantine facility, or the government can even provide such multi-level quarantine facility. But I feel it is one of the responsibilities of Kailasa as the only Hindu nation to extend its services, which Swamiji has done and nobody is able to do.
You can see the 12 care centers, the COVID care centers, which are opened across India. These 12 centers are open for anyone. It's not based on your faith. It's not based on if you are following Swamiji, then only you can enter. Even
it's not based on your faith, whether you follow Swamiji or not. It's not based on your caste. It's not based on your skin color. It's not based on your race. These are open to everybody.
even people from other religions which are not followers of Hinduism, even if they want and they fill up the form, they can come inside and they can stay. So all these 12 centers, these COVID care centers, are open for anyone who decides that the life is more important. And then they can fill up the form. Please fill up the form at kailasa.org/Kailasa care.
So we see that we have a list of 12 such centers, but in 2010 alone, 54 such centers were destroyed. The reason why I'm mentioning is after destruction of 54 such centers, you can see how we are left with only 12. And in the past 1 decade, if not for persecution, surely this would have become 500 or maybe even 5,000. But the significance of these destruction of these 54 centers, which happened in Tamil Nadu alone in 2010, is they want to make Adi Kailasha the 55th. The target, why these 54 centers were targeted, for the same reason Adi Kailasha today is targeted by the bio war.
You can see what are the things given to the people who are coming for the preventive quarantine facility. They are given free grocery, free accommodation, free medical services, free internet, mask, everything is given free without any commitment from their side. So even the things like castor oil and haritaki, which are not which are not a part of which are not needed, but it is given out of compassion of the Parashakti on Swamiji, that he is providing everything to anyone who comes in. Immunity boosters, supplements, everything is being given to the people. You can see this Navapashan Linga that we were discussing about is one of the ways Devi Parashakti has mentioned the people will be saved in the coming times. This Navapashan Linga was created much ahead, almost in 2012 itself.
Not 2012, actually 12 years from 2021. So almost somewhere around 2009.
So this was established. This is a 21 feet long, 21 feet high Shivlinga, which is created with Navapashan, 9 herbs, which are, if taken singly, they are like poison. But in a special mix, in a special combination, they become such herb which gives immunity to anyone who baths under the water of this Shivlingam.
It's a very special herbal alchemy process as per the ancient Hindu sciences.
Which is actually the last Siddha who knew this science. Before dying, he gave this knowledge to Swamiji, and Swamiji has himself, you can see in the picture, Swamiji has by his own hands working to create this whole alchemic process. And this whole Navapashan Linga was created under the direct micromanagement of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You can see Swamiji doing the Abhishekam to this Lingam. And you can see the thousands of small lingas, Shivlingas placed all around the main Anand Sarovar Shivlinga, Vedya Sarovar Shivlinga. Also, you can see the whole preparation.
So as we were discussing the 100 tons of groceries which are there in Adi Kailasha, which have been built up over almost a decade of purchase and production in our organic farms, such as in Rajapalyam. And these have been, and this entire facility, what we see in Adi Kailasha, has been created just for such times of crisis. In ancient India, in ancient Hindu nations, we had every single temple with a warehouse for having grains, a food bank, because the entire grains were procured and protected in a decentralized manner. In the case of famine, people were able to survive. This whole infrastructure was destroyed. We see that the free sattvic food being distributed in Adi Kailasha in a very hygienic, sanitized package where hot food immediately is packed so that there's no question of any wrong infection or any virus being there, because it is hot, it is safe, and it is immediately packed. We see the various services available in Adi Kailasha, such as the ICU on wheels, oxygen concentrators, and we see the masks, N95 mask, sanitizers, a huge number of essential
Medicines,
Ayurvedic herbs.
it is not only the Siddha and Ayurvedic, also allopathic medicines are given.
So to take care of people of all kinds of people from all age groups, whether it
and
be
all
children,
medical needs.
exactly, whether it be children, adults, or elderly people.
You can see the readiness of the accommodation at Adi Kailasa, so that the people who are ready to save themselves, who want to come and enjoy the facilities of the multi-layer quarantine, they can come and feel at home in Adi Kailasa. Also, the spiritual services, all these things are given completely free of cost to all the people, whoever comes in any of the campuses of the Kailasa ecosystem. The large open sky and the space for the people to have their recreational activities, to enjoy your morning walk, which you may not be having right now because of the fear of COVID pandemic outside. Because if you go out, first of all, it is lockdown, you cannot go out. Even if the lockdown is open and you venture out, there will always be a fear, what if you catch the infection?
And please understand, even the air, the virus, the new variants of the virus have become airborne, and it's not a allegation or a theory anymore. Authorities such as in the United States have openly acknowledged that they delayed in accepting this. Even the WHO has pointed towards this.
You can see the large spaces, all these places organic farming was being done, and the people enjoying their morning routine.
So these are the people, the first batch of the people who have availed the quarantine facility to protect themselves from this COVID-19 pandemic. We see the herbs being planted and being sourced by specialists who are preparing herbal juices and herbal teas for the benefit of people to increase their immunity in these difficult times. So we saw how the Adi Kailasha has been contributing, how the Kailasha nation has been contributing. We have seen all these things, and especially in terms of COVID, how the Adi Kailasha has been preparing for
we
more
have
than a
seen
decade.
the achievements and recognitions which Swamiji received. We have seen the contribution and its impact, what Kailasa has done. We have seen the preparation and the way Kailasa, the Adi Kailasa campus is giving to the people who have decided to come inside. So we have seen the whole spectrum of how Swamiji is contributing, how the Kailasa nation and Kailasa organization is contributing, and how the Adi Kailasa ecosystem is contributing towards the humanity, towards Hinduism, and towards the well-being of the mankind. But now we need to bring out a very important fact, that in spite of the fact that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasa nation, and Adi Kailasa is so much contributing towards the world, humanity, there are some people, some vested interests who do not want these activities to continue.
And the kind of attacks that they have done so far, let us have a glance over these attacks.
Anti-Hindu militant forces have a long history of executing a massive persecution and genocide against Nithyananda Swami Paramahams, His Divine Holiness. Against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Swami, and his devotees. targeted persecution of minorities of Tamil origin in Karnataka. This is one of the major problems in India, is some of the vested interests in politics. What they are doing is they are creating this tussle between two different groups in the name of language, in the name of ethnicity, or some way, because the vote bank politics is such that they create distances between the people so that they can make one group of the people as their vote bank. For example, this attack, this fight between the Kannadigas and the Tamilians, the people who speak Tamil language and the people who speak Kannada language. So the people who are living in Karnataka and are from Tamil origin are facing a massive persecution in Karnataka because of the fact that they are using a different language.
Actually, this entire persecution is driven by politics around what we call as linguistic violence. This violence is completely man-made, and it is created for inciting people to identify themselves as separate groups and then encashing these benefits for vote bank politics. Such discrimination was not present in India before, that's around 200 years ago, where in fact this region was a part of a state which included both the present day Tamil Nadu and the present day Karnataka. So the fundamental borders was not even visible. So what we saw, what happened during this, during the past 200 years is that after colonization, the borders of the states was newly carved, and there was a redistribution of the people of different ethnicity. There were political groups who took advantage of this and created a backlash between the two groups so that they could encash votes. Based on this, they developed a hatred propaganda around the distribution of water between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. Of course, there are problems and challenges related to the sustainable use of water in the country, but it is another cheap level where vested interest extremist forces have used this problem as a political wedge for their vested interest and gains. In the past, this dispute over water has been one of the reasons because of which various kinds of violent attacks have been happening in the state of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. It happened on 13 December 1991, and it all in continuing all the date till 14 December 1991. This has affected businesses where more than 15,000 people of Tamil ethnicity were forced to flee from the state. Such targeting of ethnic minorities of Tamil origin continued over the decades and was incited by the hate propaganda created by politically owned New Hindutva media.
So you can see that how the New Hindutva worldview, which targets people from other faiths and other ideologies, is affecting the smooth functioning of this ecosystem.
So we understand that the New Hindutva ideology has got nothing to do with Hinduism. It was created as a backlash to the colonial narratives, and it was used for vote bank politics, and it continues to spill hatred into India and divide people for petty gains.
One of the major flaws of the New Hindutva ideology is its behavior towards the gender minorities. Kailasa and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have a broad view of the genders. Actually, Kailasa recognizes the 11 genders. And Swamiji, as we already mentioned, has opened all his temples for puja for all the 11 genders. But the New Hindutva gang, what it does, it has a narrow view of them, and it behaves in a discriminatory manner with the people who are from other genders.
and also with the people who respect and recognize other genders, the 11 genders. And as many of our devotees might not be knowing, that Kailasa allows gay marriages. It has revealed rituals from the depth of Hindu tradition, which allows gay marriage. We hear various sections of the of various kinds of political remarks like being gay is against Hindutva, it needs a cure, or homosexuality is not a crime, but it is against nature. This has been our ideology, which has been developed by the founders of the Neo Hindutva worldview. It was developed in the guise of modernity. This with the goal of homogenizing the entire society of the subcontinent of India into a homogeneous group which they could exclusively control. The kind of liberal, progressive stand which Hinduism took was against their political agenda, and that is why they needed a narrative to show Hinduism as anti-modern. With that, they also filled the people with hatred towards core Hindu principles, the Hindu Veda Agamas, and used sophisticated media propaganda to realize their goals. The Sannyas Sampradaya ordained by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is very special in that it ordains women into the roles of priest, something which is not common and also condemned by various sections of the new Hindutva extremists. The fact that the Nithyananda organization, the Kailasa, has one of the highest number of female leaders, and that also in the role of priest. And not just that, they are monks also. So this combination of these three facts, women empowerment in priestly roles, and who have taken the vows of sannyas, the vows of a Hindu monk, this combination was not acceptable to the new Hindutva extremists.
Especially, Swamiji has given this sannyas not only to the Hindu community who belong to the upper caste or the general category, even to the scheduled castes, which were traditionally impoverished, and the scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, women. All these things, when Swamiji started to give them initiation into sannyas and empower them, that has hit the new Hindutva gang badly, and they wanted to take revenge from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for his broad perspective, broad view.
So we see in this particular news article from the Business Standard, it reads, female Hindu priest breaking into male passion, but equality is still a dream. So this is in 2005, a paper titled Gender and Priesthood, the Hindu Tradition by Vasudha Narayan, distinguished professor at the University of Florida's Department of Religion, wrote that when I first came in as a student to the Harvard Divinity School in 1975, several students asked me if women could become priests in Hinduism. Over 4 decades later, the question posed to Narayan continues to be pertinent and unresolved. So here we have a testimonial how the question that can women become priests in Hinduism, it remains unresolved. But guess what? It's a matter of fact and day-to-day life in Kailasa. And this is what is highly disliked by the new Hindutva extremists. We see Mas Nitya Supriyananda Swami, the world's first woman Dalit Hindu monk from the ASMT community, especially from the ASMT community,
the Adi Seva minority
tradition. And we see her performing the most important rituals in the main sanctum sanctorium at the Kailasa, Adi Kailasa temple,
Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam in Adi Kailasa, Ma Nitya Supriyananda Swami is doing the Avishekam of the Moolavar, the main Linga. Being a first woman, Dalit Hindu. Here, two things needs to be highlighted. First thing is, being a woman itself, most of the places it's not allowed.
actually 4 things, Gyana Prabhaji: woman, priest, monk from a Dalit background.
So all these 4 things, which is a very revolutionary idea, because the Neo Hindutva gang, whether it promotes anything, the core of its ideology is to keep the people in status quo, not letting them change the way they are progressing.
And this is one of the problems which has been identified in international studies. It's called intersectionality, where, for example, a person of a color might not face a problem in a business transaction. A woman might not face a problem in a business transaction, but a woman of color suddenly faces a problem in a business transaction because the clients see her as untrustworthy. So this is because she is a part of 2 minorities put together, and that makes her subject to discrimination, which is not otherwise apparent. So we see here people who are highly discriminated. The Dalit segment, the Dalit community is highly discriminated. The women, as we know traditionally, are unfortunately discriminated. On top of this, when we add all these layers together, the most discriminated communities are empowered and respected in our day-to-day life. So this is what the New Hindutva extremists dislike. We see similar pictures of other Hindu female monks performing the beautiful ritual of Arati, showing the lit lamp to the deities of the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya at Adi Kailasa.
So you can see the empowerment of women being done by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And in this picture, you can see the most controversial thing that the New Hindutva find is Swamiji appearing as in the bhava of Devi.
So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been giving Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan since more than a decade. But if our devotees, especially who have been following Swamiji for more than a decade, they must have, they know this very well, that for the past 1 decade, especially after 2010 until almost 2020, we did not witness, literally we can count in our fingers the number of Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshans we witnessed. However, we see after 2020, we see Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshans almost multiple times a week. Why is it possible? Because when Swamiji was giving Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan in India during when the Neo Hindutva forces were attacking him, they made it impossible for Swamiji to give Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan because it was highly criticized by them. It was the reason why they attacked him with the excessive hate propaganda,
using the media machinery.
And
actually,
the state machinery.
It needs to be mentioned that during Swamiji's illegal arrest, these questions were asked to Swamiji about his gender, why he dresses up in during the female Bhava Samadhi Darshan, the Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan, why he dresses up like a female. All these questions were asked to Swamiji to mock him, to ridicule him,
and to hurt his religious sentiments.
And the news articles, the newspapers and the media, they took the bits and pieces of these questionnaires which the agencies were asking to Swamiji, and they ridiculed Swamiji. And they made fun, saying that the Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan is some kind of cross-dressing.
Actually, it was made a criminal offense because they filed false cases on Swamiji. In fact, Swamiji was illegally arrested and detained. And when he was detained, the question was raised by the police. It was both in ridicule and as a legal harassment, where they were discussing in what kind of prison they should keep Swamiji. They finally kept Swamiji in what they called as a woman's prison, because they said they did not know the gender of Swamiji, and they made a huge fuss about it in the media. Please understand, even false cases under various sections of the IPC were filed, such as unnatural sex on Swamiji, just because Swamiji was giving Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan. The Hindu religious principles were used to persecute Swamiji. And it is not that only Swamiji is giving the Bhava Samadhi Darshan in the modern times. Even Bhagwan Ramakrishna Paramahamsa used to give Bhava Samadhi Darshan. And we know that Ramakrishna Paramahamsa was also attacked and heavily criticized, but it was not so much by the neo-Hindutva extremists, it was by writers who are not aware of the Hindu culture. But here we see the neo-Hindutva extremists who are supposedly the part of the Indian ecosystem. They were the ones who attacked Swamiji so much. And that is precisely the reason why in the past 1 decade, if you scan the entire Nithyanandapedia also, you will not find one picture of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. It was made impossible.
Here, one thing also needs to be mentioned. Till Swamiji came, most of the leaders were from a particular community who are called like the priestly community, but Swamiji does not belong to that community. So one of the reasons why Swamiji is so much attacked is because he has entered into a bastion which is not his. So
as per the perception of the new Hindutva extremists,
they want this exclusivity, or they have the right. They feel they have the right over the exclusive rights over the spirituality component of Hinduism, and anyone else enter into that field who does not belong to a particular caste or community, they are against that person. That's why there has been so much of attack on Swamiji from the day he started his public life. Even in 2001, 2003, when Swamiji was very young and has just started his spiritual life, this public life, he was being attacked because he is not from the priest community. And also Swamiji in 2003 itself, in this picture, Swamiji was giving the Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan. So all these things which made Swamiji special, and because Swamiji was following the core Hindu principles, which the neo-Hindutva gang has long forgotten. They felt threatened, and they are from that time, they are trying to attack Swamiji and somewhere destroy his work, his credibility, or his property. So on one of such attack is happening every year, and one such happened recently, in which unsolicited seeds were sent to Adi Kailasa as an act of biological warfare.
We don't know. We can never know. We might never know who were behind these seeds, but we know the nature, the intention of these anti-Hindu forces who have sent these seeds. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that Veda Agamas recognize 11 gender, and he has prescribed specific temple rituals to solemnize gay marriage, which is otherwise considered taboo in today's mainstream Hinduism. Moreover, he has declared he himself transcends gender, and consequently he has suffered vicious persecution for his bold and progressive stand on LGBTQ issues.
So when the whole India was going in the debate whether the same-sex marriage is to be allowed or not, and the case was pending in the High Court of Delhi, still at that time, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, long before that, he was clearly advocating that it is normal, it is natural, and it is given in the scriptures. While other religious leaders of different religions, not only of Hinduism, they were like divided, and most of them were against this idea of allowing this, and they were saying that it belongs to the Western culture and it is against Hinduism, it is against their religions, everything. But Swamiji has very clearly has boldly accepted it, and multiple videos are there in which Swamiji has declared that our scriptures mention this, that the people from the same genders used to live together as partners. And also Swamiji has declared it clearly that he himself does not find himself bound in any one gender, and he transcends gender.
He's beyond gender.
Transcendental gender. So because of this statement, he has suffered a lot of persecution from these special group of people.
Anti-Hindu groups. By rooting the legitimacy of gays, lesbians, and transgendered people in ancient Hindu scriptures, he has single-handedly changed the LGBTQ discourse in India. Because of his outspoken advocacy for the rights of women, transgendered communities, and members of the LGBTQ plus community, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has endured over 70 assassination attempts over the past decade, perpetrated by extremist militant elements who are opposed to progressive forms of Hindu ideology such as the ASMT.
The thing here is very important is 70 assassination attempts were made on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
We might have a wrong idea that the gun was pointed at Swamiji, but actually it was, the bullet might be appearing to hit Swamiji, but it was intended to kill Hinduism. For 2 decades, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, and the dark-skinned ASMT community of Tamil ethnicity have become a target of the neo-Hindutva hate propaganda in states such as Karnataka. In mere 5 years of inauguration by 2005, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had established the presence of his spiritual mission in 33 countries. This was commended and recognized by various leaders. Here in the picture, we see the wife of the chief minister, erstwhile chief minister of Karnataka, S.M. Krishna, as a direct disciple, initiated disciple of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, taking blessings. So this was the period when he was already the chief minister, and this is we are seeing the erstwhile prime minister of India taking blessings of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So here, what the new Hindutva extremists saw was someone whom they considered not as per their whom they want, not as per their caste, not as per the gender they would want, not as per their exclusive club. To him, the wife of the chief minister of the state of Karnataka is touching the feet, following him, worshipping him. The prime minister, the erstwhile prime minister, is worshipping. The president of India is the prime minister, the president, the chief minister, the dignitaries all around the world are falling at his feet, worshipping him. This was completely intolerable to the new Hindutva extremists. And that is why on 2nd March, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was attacked. Sun TV, a politically owned media house of the DMK, Dravida Munnetra Kalagam, which was the ruling party of the state of Tamil Nadu in 2010, made sensational and repeated screening of a fabricated video purporting to show the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with a well-known Indian film actress. The video was later proved to be false. A judge ordered the television station to run an apology for every 2 hours for 7 days, and the COO, Chief Operating Officer of the channel, Hansraj Saxena, went on the public television and gave a sworn affidavit to a US court detailing the history and the modus operandi of the blackmail and extortion, and he was even jailed. However, the state-owned and controlled television channels within the few hours removed this coverage of Hansraj Saxena and removed all evidences of this and made sure that no remedy or legal recourse was available to the ASMT community. Following the hate propaganda started by the DMK affiliated Sun TV, the politically owned neo-Hindutva media amplified the misinformation and hatred, spreading it to the entire country with titles such as "Hang the Sin Swamis." So what essentially the neo-Hindutva extremist media channels, I remember the name of the channel headlines today, had aired a news titled it as Hang the Sin Swamis. Swamis means Hindu monks, both male and female. So they wanted to hang all the Hindu monks. This resulted in the marginalization of the Supreme Pontiff and the ASMT community, and they were neither able to receive fair trials from the judiciary nor sympathy or empathy from the society.
So all these attacks start happening on Swamiji because his contributions to Hinduism and the way Swamiji was expressing his core Hindu ideologies. The attacks were being made on his life, on the property, and Swamiji was illegally arrested in 2010. And multiple times, actually, Swamiji was arrested in 2010 for 53 days. And again, or at different times, Swamiji was arrested.
So if we go to the previous slide, there was one of the very strong statements by the erstwhile chief minister of Tamil Nadu, who had said that his government won't be a mute spectator of those fickle-minded people who have fallen prey to swamis and destroying the society. Those who really want these preachers to be eradicated should stand by and support the actions of my government of Tamil Nadu.
Is taking. So the chief minister, for his own ideological war, he is trying to destroy a Hindu community leader for his fancies, whims and fancies.
So please understand where the government is very clearly saying who want to eradicate. And please understand the context in which the eradication is being executed. Of late, immorality has been rampant in temples and monasteries.
So these all assumptions and attacks were being made so that the people becomes indifferent to what is happening to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism or other sannyasis and gurus. For example, you can see in last year in the Palghar, 3 Hindu monks were mob lynched and no action has been taken. The people who mob lynched them got bail because the state failed to file an FIR.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was illegally arrested in 2010. In 2012, he was again illegally arrested, and this arrest was termed illegal by the High Court of Karnataka. We will see the High Court of Karnataka, what it said about this illegal arrest. Next. So the High Court of Karnataka had given an order in 2013 where they termed the arrest as illegal and unlawful, arbitrary, and as an abuse of power by the state. Swamiji was kept in unlawful custody and subjected to torture multiple times. He was arrested in April 2010, where during the first day of his arrest at around 9 p.m., excessive blood was withdrawn from him in the guise of tests. This was done repeatedly to him and even in undisclosed location, which was published in the media and subsequently withdrawn.
You can see how Swamiji was being brutally attacked. See, there was no need to apply so much of brutal force to arrest Swamiji because Swamiji never resisted any arrest.
Actually, if you see the video, it's a very short 10-second video where the police was completely relaxed until they saw Swamiji. Suddenly, all of them jumped in as if there is some kind of a crisis, and then they held the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's neck and dragged him. Such an open abuse of the tallest leader of Hinduism, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, something which would never be done to a leader of another religion such as the Pope of Vatican. This was done because Hinduism has been persecuted and Hindus have lost their rights to practice their religion without fear of persecution. Similar attacks were made by the state in 2014.
So you can see multiple assassination attempts being presented here. We already mentioned that 70 assassination attempts have been made on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. which includes forced medical torture.
In 2014, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was subjected to a third medical torture by the state, where a Supreme Court order was used in the guise of just withdrawing his blood for some test. And this excuse was used to subject his body to forced sexual abuse by forced masturbation, by subjecting unknown chemicals in his body which are known to cause cardiac symptoms, which can lead to a heart attack. He was subjected to perrectal test, which is a benign term disguising the abuse and the genital mutilation done by the state medical team in guise of medical test. That test had left the body of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in a trauma, such an intense trauma that Swamiji was not able to walk without pain for almost several years. And when he requested for a wheelchair to the state hospital, it was denied. In fact, one of the state medical teams had openly said and directed the hospital staff to kick the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and it was reported by one of the media channels, and the links are all in public. All of this was done in the public. Here we can see a wheelchair being used to take the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and it is covered with a new plastic. It is because it was purchased by the devotees and not given by the hospital. At various levels, it was ensured that the suffering of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was prolonged by one or the other way. And the actual court orders read nothing more than simple blood test to verify potency. This test was already done in 2010 and had caused a cardiac arrest kind of symptoms, for which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was found sweating in the court, and the court themselves had ordered that Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism should be protected by giving necessary medical aid. All of this has happened in the open. In 2012, militant media men named Ajit had come and delivered a mysterious package, which was another bioweapon. It was used to assassinate. It was a assassination attempt on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and it was an attempt to kill him through anthrax spores. These are very contagious spores which, when a person breathes, they have various problems. This attack was averted, but going forward, in 2021, we faced another bio war where mysterious seeds were delivered to the Adi Kailasa. This is an recent international phenomena where mysterious seeds have been delivered to various countries around the world, especially the USA, UK, and 3 other countries. On July 2020, the Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service, APHIS, of the US Department of Agriculture, in a statement has said that the main concern is that these seeds can introduce damaging pests or disease that could harm US agriculture. So these seeds of terror as a bioweapon have been used across various countries, and not just the US. Many countries have issued guidelines that they should not be opened, they should not be handled. In fact, Amazon has banned export or overseas sale of seeds altogether to stop this terror. India is also in the target list. On July 31st, 2020, senior Indian government officials said China has advanced scientific capabilities to do such an attack on Indian soil too. The conspiracy was revealed in detail a year prior. On 4th August 2020, we see a video there, which our viewers can check later. The Adi Kailasha, a temple monastery complex, is an enlightenment ecosystem like Noah's Ark or Manu's boat, a ship to save humanity. It was created by the Supreme Pontiff with utmost care and compassion to save humanity from the ongoing COVID pandemic. It was a home to rare and powerful healing energy in the form of Anandalinga, as we have been going far, and it has matured in these 12 years. Though the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was forced to leave India, he actually made sure that this enlightenment, this healing Ananda Linga was kept there to heal people. For his immense contribution towards eradicating poverty, illiteracy, hunger, and gender-based violence, gender apathy, and the revival of authentic scriptures based on Hinduism, urged vested interest of the atheistic terrorist militants and neo-Hindutva terrorists that he was attacked again. Precisely on 2nd March 2010, when we saw that the then genocidal attack, the cultural genocide started against the ASMT community, precisely on the same date, 2nd March 2021, exactly 11 years later, this mysterious seed package was delivered to the Adi Kailasha.
With over 70 assassination attempts, 250 sexual assaults on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the ASMT monks and disciples, lawfare of 120 false cases over 10 years, and massive hate propaganda in electronic media of over 14,000 hours. The unabated decade-old genocide on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is still continuing.
And a print media of over 25,000 articles in 5 years and destruction of millions of US dollars worth property and continued ethnocide and genocide of over 80 million Hindus worldwide since 7 centuries.
Delegitimizing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
And 11 years of all these genocidal attacks, the incident that took place in Adi Kailasha on 2nd March 2021, a mysterious seed package was delivered by using the Indian Postal Service to Adi Kailasha. It was another deadly war, this time being a bio war. The Department of Customs India sent a letter in May 2020, again on the May month 2021, again about the pickup of the seeds package. The Adi Kailasha authorities wrote to the Customs Department that they were not aware of that and had not ordered such a package. However, the Customs Department had made their own attempts to make sure that these seeds are given to us, in spite of us telling very clearly that we had never ordered any such seeds and they should be the ones responsible for disposing it if required. So we see the evidence of the same. The Department of Ports Ministry of Communication Government of India giving in detail the arrival of these seeds dated 2nd March 2021 and the time is around 4:48. This is the precise time, 4:48 p.m. actually. And this is around the same time when the morphed video was first shown on Sun TV in the year 2010. We see the envelope. The unaware of this sinister conspiracy, the Adinam authorities, the monastery authorities wrote to the Custom Department that they were not aware and had not ordered any such package.
That you can see in the letter here. So on all these years since 2010, there has been a continuous attack in the March month. In 2009, Swamiji has inaugurated and the Living Enlightenment book, which was released in multiple places with the most prominent people.
So that was year 2009 and it was on March and dated 3rd March. The video was released on 2nd March and these bio seeds are coming again on 2nd March.
So there is some kind of anniversary these people who are attacking Swamiji are celebrating by sending and attacking Swamiji on the same date year and year and year. So you can see the different seeds were being sent, and impact of what these seeds are going to do is these seeds are going to impact the humanity with the destruction of natural agricultural lifestyle
and a large scale disruption of the humanitarian services which are being offered by Adi Kailasa to combat COVID-19. These unknown, these seeds could cause a biowar, including unknown diseases with which no medical or agriculture method can handle and can infect the entire community.
So we were discussing all these things. It is not new only to the Kailasa. It is actually happening throughout the world. You can see many places these packets are being received, and these are one of the ways the people target the people. Some vested interests target the people whom they want to eradicate. So we are running short of time because we have a darshan planned at 12. So it is time for us to enter into the dhyana mantra, the Paramashiva dhyana mantra. But at the end, we want to put a humble pray for the universal, absolute, and non-derogable prohibition of torture and ill treatment against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasians, and Hindu diaspora worldwide. So with this folded hands, we are requesting all of you that please pray to put an end to for this persecution for the universal and absolute and non-derogable prohibition of torture and ill treatment against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasians, and Hindu diaspora worldwide.
Thank you for joining us, and we wish you a beautiful and blissful, enlightening darshan. Kindly prepare yourself by the next segment of Dhyana Mantra for your blissful darshan experience. Thank you for joining Nithyananda.
Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nityanam, everyone. We're now going to be entering into the next segment of today's program, which is the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra. Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra is being chanted as we are all the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It is our responsibility and our spiritual duty to spread, chant, and give healing for all the negativity, all the suffering the world is going through right now, especially with the deadly COVID-19 pandemic. As we enter into this Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra, let us all bring our awareness back to our Anandagandha Chakra, the source from where all the healing energy emerges, from where the healing happens in our being and in the entire cosmos as well. Let us bring our awareness back to the Anandagandha Chakra, and as we chant the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra, visualize Swami sitting in our Anandagandha Chakra and blessing the whole world with the healing energy to relieve humanity, the suffering, all the violence the world is going through right now. Please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. as we enter into the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyanandaya Namaha. Om Shivaya Namaha. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvaditam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavadhitam Trigunarhitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. I surrender to that Sadguru, who is the eternal bliss, the bestower of the supreme happiness, the one who is the embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom supreme goal is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure and unshakable, who is the silent spectator of all thought processes, who is beyond emotions, who is without the three qualities called sattva, rajas, and tamas. When you make a conscious resolution in the presence of the avatar, the power of the sankalpa itself will deliver the experience and manifest your reality. Om Mama Pata Samasta Thrita Kshayadvara Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham. I am taking this conscious resolution today for destroying all my karmas and sins, and in order to please Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Asya Devadevasya Mahadevasya Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayakasya, who is the God of all gods, who is the greatest of gods, the Lord of universes and multiverses, and the one who is the Lord of the cosmos. Sakala Jagat Srishti Sthiti Samhara Tiro Bhava Anugrahakya Panchakritya Parayanasya, the one who does the cosmic actions of creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation. Adimadhyantarhitasya aprameya parakramasya tatvartagocharasya, the one who is the beginning, middle, and end, the one who is immeasurable. Akara, Okara, Makaratmaka, Pranavatmakasya, Rishabharudhasya, Mahadevasya, Kamikadi, Vatulanta, Mahatantrakhya, Shaivagamaswarupasya, Sakala Nigamagaswarupasya, Shuddhadvaita Shaivaswarupasya, Nithyananda Padastasya, Nithyananda Sarupasya, Shuddha Satchidananda Vigrahasya, Rupa Rupatitasya, Sakala Nishkala Swarupasya, Nitya Niranjana Niramaya Nirvikara Akhandadi Visheshanasya, Sri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta, Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivasya, Sri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta, Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Avatara Bhutasya, Sarvadeva Devi Swarupasya, Bhagavataha Sri Nithyananda Paramashivasya cha Prityartham. Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Tritiya Parardhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शुभनाम संवत्सरे शुभायने शुभऋतौ शुभमासे शुभपक्षे शुभतिथौ शुभवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोग शुभकरण एवं गुणविशेषणविशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ. During this auspicious time, during the second half of the lifetime of Lord Brahma, during the Kalpa called Shvetavaraha, during the regime of Vaivasvata Mano, during the first quarter of the Yuga called Nitya Yuga, in the island called Jambu, in the continent called Bharatavarsha, in the Indian subcontinent called Bharatakhanda, in the southern side of Mount Meru, in the Shakha era, during the auspicious year, which is one of the set of 60 years, which is in practice of which Prabhava is the first year, the auspicious Uttarayana, in the auspicious season, in the auspicious month, in the auspicious Paksha, in the auspicious Tithi, on the auspicious day, during the auspicious Nakshatra, auspicious Yoga, and auspicious Karana, during such an auspicious moment, Adi Kailase Kalpavrikshyasya Adaha Nithyananda Smrtasmrtana Muktidayake Mahakshetre Namadheyasya Namyaha Sayajamananam Avayoho Sahakutumbhanam Bandhuvarganam Dayadivarganam Mitravarganam Shodaravarganam Samesham. For all those who are participants, hosts, and me, with their families, relatives, inheritors, friends, brothers, and everyone. Sarvabhishta-siddhyartham, sarvamangala avaptyartham, uttarottara anavachinna sthira lakshmi praptyartham. Always let there be all types of good and auspiciousness. Always let there be unbroken flow and steady flow of abundance, prosperity, and wealth. Kutumbe sarvesham sarvabhishta siddhyartham chintita manoratha avaptyartham. Let the family always be all kinds of auspiciousness, and anything which is desired be fulfilled. Samesham adivyadhiniviryartham samesham chiradipada-paryantam vidyamananam sameshu angeshu janita janishyamana sakalavidha nanavidha roganam vyapohartham tadvara arogadrigadatra that all chronic diseases be healed, that all kinds of diseases and disorders in the body, starting from head till toe, which has occurred or which is yet to occur in the various parts of the body, be healed. Let a strong, diseaseless, healthy, handsome, and graceful body be obtained. Samesham paraihi kartrabhyascha Kritakkarisyamanasya Sakalavidha Mantra Tantra Yantra Vishachurna Abhichara Stambhana Marana Ucchattana Vidveshana Vashikaranadi Mantrika Prayogebhyaha Rakshasa Praptyartham Tadvara Samesham Sarvabhishta Siddhyartham. That protection be obtained from all the evil effects of the actions performed by people, either in the past or yet to be performed in the future, through the use of mantras, tantras, yantras, poisonous spells, employing spells for malevolent purposes, like making a person immobile, killing a person through vomiting, diarrhea, upsetting, ruining the health, poisoning, hypnotizing, and so on. Apamrityu dosha nivaryartham kala mrityo akala mrityo durmrityo nivaryartham. That all the doshas, ill effects related to death, like destined death, unnatural death, fatal death, be removed. समेषाम् अंतर्दृष्टि बहिर्दृष्टि क्रूरदृष्टि व्यापारदृष्टि अनुकूलदृष्टि प्रतिकूलदृष्टि इत्यादि सकलविध दृष्टदोषनिवर्यर्थम्. That all the effects of evil eyes from known and unknown sources, effects of cruelty-filled eyes, evil eyes of business enemies, effects of evil eyes of people who may project as if they are our well-wishers, and the effects of the evil eyes of the people who are against our well-being be removed. समेषाम् अन्तःशत्रु बहिःशत्रु क्रूरशत्रु व्यापारशत्रु अनुकूलशत्रु प्रतिकूलशत्रु इत्यादि सकलविध शत्रुबाधा निवर्यर्थम्. That all the effects of the inner enemies, outer enemies, fierce enemies, business enemies, enemies who project themselves as good, and enemies who work against our well-being be removed. समेषाम् मातृशापादि सकलविध शापानां yapohanaartham. Let the effects of all the curses right from the mother be removed. Anadi avidyavasanaya pravartamane asmin mahati samsara chakre vichitrabi karmagati vihi vichitraso yoniso punah punaha anekhada janitva. From time immemorial, due to ignorance, we get caught in the vast cycle of birth and death. Due to the effects of our action, we take birth again and again in various bodies, which is quite strange. Kenapi punyakarma visheshana bhagavataha Sri Nithyananda Paramashivasya aparimitaya kripaya idanim tana manushya janma praptavatam. Yet, due to some good action, with the extreme and immeasurable compassion and grace of Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, we have been blessed with a human body. Samesham iha janmani purva janmani janma janmantaresho sarvaihi kritanam shivaninda devi ninda guru ninda dosha vyapohartham shiva parada devya parada guruva parada dosha vyapohartham. Any kind of abuse we may have done to Paramashiva, Parashakti, and Guru be removed. Any kind of crimes, offenses committed against Paramashiva, Parashakti be removed. Brahma Hatya, Surapana, Swarnastesya, Gurutalpagamana, Samskarakhya, Panchamahapate, Akhadi, Samasta, Papa, Vyatikritartham. That the 5 great sins, like killing a Brahman, drinking prohibited alcohol, stealing gold, having illicit relationship with Guru's wife, one's own mother, elder sister, and other such motherly figures, and associating with those people who have committed one or the above mentioned sins be removed. Apicha sarvaihi balye vayasi tomare yauvane vardhakye cha. That all the karmic effects of actions done as a child, adolescent, youth, and as an old-aged person, Jagrat, Swapna, Sushupti, Avasthasu, that all the karmic effects of action done in the wakeful, dream, and deep sleep state. Karmendriya, Jnanendriya, Vyaparaihi, Sambhavitanam, Rahasyakritanam, Prakashakritanam. That all the sins done through the Karmendriyas, the five organs which perform actions like speech, hands, feet, excreting, and reproductive organs, and Jnanendriyas, the five organs which receive information like ears, eyes, nose, tongue, and skin. Atipatakanam, Upapatakanam, Samkalikarananam, Malinikarananam, Apatrikarananam, Jatibramshakanam, Prakirtitanam, Evam Navanam, Navavidhanam, Bahunam, Bahuvidanam, Sarvesham, Papanam, Sadhyaha. Let the sins which were done openly and secretly, the greatest of the great sins, minor of the minor sins, multiple sins, sin like raping a woman, justifiable sin, sin of destroying the caste system, narrow-minded sins, such 9 types of sins and 9 types of sins, and more types of sins, be removed and instantly. अपनोद्दन्द्वारा समस्तमङ्गलप्राप्त्यर्थं शिवभक्ति देवीभक्ति गुरुभक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं परमशिवशक्ति परमशिवस्थितिः परमशिवशक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं. Through the removal of sins, let us be showered with all the auspiciousness, and let Paramashiva Bhakti, Devi Bhakti, Guru Bhakti be obtained. Let the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, and powers of Paramashiva be obtained. कुटुम्बे सर्वदा सन्मङ्गलप्राप्त्यर्थम् अनोन्यप्रेमाभिवृद्ध्यर्थम् पूर्णत्वसिद्ध्यर्थम् सर्वापनिवृद्ध्यर्थम्. Let the whole family always be showered with all the auspiciousness. Let mutual love bloom among the people. Let completion happen. Let all the mishap be removed. Shipra Arogyavaptyartham Ayurabhivardhyartham. Let healthy body be obtained instantly and immediately. Let longevity be bestowed. Vyapare Udyoge cha sarvajana vashikaranartham tadvara unnatothanasthana praptyartham bahudhana sokya praptyartham graha kanaka pashu putra pautra dhanadanya sokya praptyartham adityadina navanam grahanam doshapira nivaranartham adityadina navanam grahanam anukulyata siddhyartham भूम्यन्तरिक्षे विद्यमान भूत प्रेत पिशाच राक्षस ब्रह्म राक्षस वेताल कूष्मांड डाकिनी शाकिनी अधिसर्वरिष्ट निवारणार्थम मनोव्याकुलता निवारणार्थम प्रारब्धे कर्मणि करिष्यमाणे कर्मणि आदिदैविक आदिभौतिक आध्यात्मिक विघ्न निवारणार्थम समस्त ऋणानिवारणार्थम धनलक्ष्मी धान्यलक्ष्मी संतानलक्ष्मी सौभाग्यलक्ष्मी विद्यालक्ष्मी शौर्यलक्ष्मी वीरलक्ष्मी विजयलक्ष्मी इत्यादि अष्टलक्ष्मी परिपूर्ण कृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम परीक्षासु उन्नत स्थाने विजय प्राप्त्यर्थम सर्वा विद्या पारंगता सिद्ध्यर्थम मेधा शक्ति ग्रहण शक्ति अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम इत्यादि सकल विध सन्मंगलानि गुरु कृपा कटाक्षेन प्राप्त्यर्थम श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशांत श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्न कुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम स्वरूप सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवर्त्रे श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान चित्रचामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सत्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कलभ केशरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु शपन शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानो दीक्षणा निर्हार ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्ऋषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्तृ सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिना अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रिनवद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अर्णगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रचित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तृ साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमन इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र सूरसेन इत्याद्यनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंदित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिचिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठादि ईश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुरस्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंशत् गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदि पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगत गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेमस्थैर्य वीर विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम मम शास्त्रधृतोपशान्त्यर्थम समस्त मंगल अवाप्त्यर्थम भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सुकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम च श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवस्य श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतार भूत श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपस्य भगवतः श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवस्य च ध्यान षोडशोपचार सर्वोपचार अर्चनाराधन पूजा प्रार्थनं करिष्ये। ओम आनंद गंध निलयाय नमः। ओम भवरोग भेषजाय नमः। ओम कल्पतरवे नमः। ओम पशुपतये नमः। ओम पाश विमोचकाय नमः। ओम ईप्सित फलदायकाय नमः। Om Bhagyavritti Parivartakaya Namaha. Om Adhivyadi Vinashakaya Namaha. Om Samasta Kalyana Gunanvitaya Namaha. Om Vedadipurishaya Namaha. Om Sri Kailasa Pataye Namaha. Om Shiva Shaktya Swarupaya Namaha. Om Hrim Nithyanandaya Namaha. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. Sri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Avatar Bhuta Shri Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Sri Lasri Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Sri Jnana Sambandha Desika Paramacharya Swamine Namaha. Om Nithyanandam. And so with this, we come to the end of the Paramashiva Dhyana mantra. Let us now enter into the meditation to receive the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to receive Devi Parashakti, to the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes and bring your awareness to your Ananda Gandha Chakra. Visualize Swamiji sitting in your Ananda Gandha Chakra as Paramashiva with the 25 heads and 50 hands. Now, as you close your eyes, start chanting the Mahavakya mantra. Earlier today, we learned how gratitude, it is through gratitude, our being opens up and becomes receptive to receive the divine, to receive Swamiji, to receive Devi Parashakti, and allow them to express their energies through our being. As you get ready, as you enter into the meditation, let the feeling of gratitude, the emotion of gratitude, let gratitude fulfill, overflow throughout our whole beings. Remember Swamiji and be grateful for everything that you have in your life. Be grateful for everything that you don't have in your life. Allow the experience of gratitude to overflow throughout your entire being. Thank Swamiji for everything that you wished to have manifested and which has not manifested. Whatever may be the situation, whatever you may be holding in your inner space, allow everything to be enveloped, engulfed in the feeling of gratitude. The gratitude flood through your entire being as we enter into the meditation. Please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And having your awareness, the Ananda Gandha Chakra, visualizing Swamiji sitting there in your Ananda Gandha Chakra. Let this experience of gratitude overflow throughout your entire being. Let us now start chanting the Mahavakya mantra. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nityam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Yopam Pushpam Veda Pushpavan Prajavan Pashaman Bhavati Chandrama va Apam Pushpam Pushpavan Prajavan Pashaman Bhavati Yaevam Veda Yopamayatanam Veda Ayatanavan Bhavati Pushpais Pujayami. The next offering is Dhupa, the offering of incense sticks. Please take the incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave them towards Devi Parashakti along with the mantra, using the bell as you do so. Om Dhorasi Dhorvadhorvantan Dhorvatiyosman Dhorvatitam Dhorvayam Vayam Dhorvamastam Devanamasi Sasnitamam Papritamam Jushtatamam Vanhitamam Devahutamam Amrtavasirha Vrdhanam Rigumhasvamahva Amitrasya Tva Chakshusha Prekshe Ma Bharma Samvikta Ma Tva Higum Sisham Dhupam Agrapayami. The next offering is Deepa, the offering of the lit lamp. Please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards the Bhakti along with the mantra, using the bell as you do so. Om Uddipya Svajata Vedopagnin Hirritam Mama Pashogushcha Mahyama Vahajivanam Jadisho Disha Mano Hegum Se Jata Vedo Gamashvam Purusham Jagate Avibradagna Agahyama Paripataya Ekaharati Deepam Sandarshami. The next offering is Naivedyam, the offering of food. Please take an Uddarni of water in your hands and slowly wave it around the Naivedyam clockwise along with the mantra. Please offer the Naivedyam to Devi Parashakti and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Matartayate Madhuksharandindhaha Madhirna Santoshadhihi Madhunaktamotoshasi Madhuvatpati Vagumrajaha Madhudyorastuna Pita Madhumano Vanaspatar Madhuvagum Astu Surya Madhvirgavo Bhavantunaha Madhu 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 Naivedyam Nivedayami. The next offering is the offering of Aratrikam. Please take the arti in your hands and slowly wave it towards Devi Parashakti along with the mantra, please ring the bell as you do so. Om Rajadhirajaya Prasahine Namo Vayam Vaishravanaya Kurmahe Same Kaman Kamakamaya Mahyam Kameshwaro Vaishravano Dadato Kuberaya Vaishravanaya Maharajaya Namaha Karpuragoram Karunavataram Samsarasaram Bhujagendraharam Sada Vasantam Hridayaravinде Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Aratrikam Samarpayami Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Kamalebhyo Namaha.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes. Shri
மங்கையர் பாசாங்குசமும் கரும்பு வில்லும் அங்கை சேர்த்தாளை முக்கண்ணியை தொழுவார்க்கும் ஒரு தீங்கும் இல்லை. தேவி கருமாரி அம்மனை தொழுவார்க்கும் ஒரு தீங்கும் இல்லையே. செல்லாத்தா செல்ல மாரியாத்தா, செல்லாத்தா செல்ல மாரியாத்தா, எங்கள் சிந்தையில் வந்து அரை வினாடி இல்லாத்தா. கண்ணாத்தா உன்னை காணாட்டா, கண்ணாத்தா உன்னை காணாட்டா, இந்த ஜென்மம் எடுத்து என்ன பயன் என்று சொல்லடி நீயாத்தா. அம்மா சொல்லடி நீயாத்தா, தாயே சொல்லடி நீயாத்தா. செல்லாத்தா செல்ல மாரியாத்தா, எங்கள் சிந்தையில் வந்து அரை வினாடி நில்லாத்தா. ஆசை தீர உன் அழகை பார்க்க மாரியாத்தா, அந்த பாசத்தோடு வந்தே நடி தாய மாரியாத்தா. ஆசை தீர உன் அழகை பார்க்க மாரியாத்தா, அந்த பாசத்தோடு வந்தே நடி தாய மாரியாத்தா. பொன்னும் பொருளும் தந்தருள்வாய் கருமாரியாத்தா, பொன்னும் பொருளும் தந்தருள்வாய் கருமாரியாத்தா. என்னை புகழோடு வைத்திடுவாய் ஆதி சக்தி மாதா, என்னை புகழோடு வைத்திடுவாய் ஆதி சக்தி மாதா. அம்மா அம்மா தென்னை மர தோப்பினிலே தேங்காய பறிச்சுக்கிட்டு, தென்னை மர தோப்பினிலே தேங்காய பறிச்சுக்கிட்டு, தேடி வந்த முந்தனையே சின்னாத்தா, நாங்க தேடி வந்த முந்தனையே சின்னாத்தா. நீ இளநீரை எடுத்துக்கிட்டு எங்க குறை கேட்டுக்கிட்டு, இளநீரை எடுத்துக்கிட்டு எங்க குறை கேட்டுக்கிட்டு, வளமான வாழ்வு கொடு மாரியாத்தா, நல்ல வழிதனையே காட்டி விடு மாரியாத்தா. இந்த பெருமையை இந்த உலகுக்கு எடுத்து பாடாட்டா, இந்த ஜென்மம் எடுத்து என்ன பயன் என்று சொல்லடி நீயாத்தா. ஆயிரம் கண்ணுடையவளே செல்லாத்தா, மக்களை ஆதரிக்க வேணுமடி செல்லாத்தா. ஆயிரம் கண்ணுடையவளே செல்லாத்தா, மக்களை ஆதரிக்க வேணுமடி செல்லாத்தா. திரிசூலமுடன் வீட்டிற்கும் செல்லாத்தா, திரிசூலமுடன் வீட்டிற்கும் செல்லாத்தா. பாமாலை உனக்கு பாடிடுவேன் செல்லாத்தா, பாமாலை உனக்கு பாடிடுவேன் செல்லாத்தா. பசும்பால கறந்துக்கிட்டு கறந்த பாலை எடுத்துக்கிட்டு, பசும்பால கறந்துக்கிட்டு கறந்த பாலை எடுத்துக்கிட்டு, புற்றினிலே ஊற்ற வந்தோம் மாரியாத்தா, நாங்க பக்தியுடன் ஊற்ற வந்தோம் மாரியாத்தா. நீ பாம்பாக மாறி அம்மா தாயே கருமாரி அருள் புரிவாயே சுகுமாரி, 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 அம்மா தாயே கருமாரி அருள் புரிவாயே சுகுமாரி. பாம்பாக மாறி அதை பாங்காக குடித்து விட்டு தானாக ஆடிவா நீ மாரியாத்தா, நீ தானாக ஆடிவா நீ மாரியாத்தா. உந்தன் பெருமையை இந்த உலகுக்கு எடுத்து பாடாட்டா, இந்த ஜென்மம் எடுத்து என்ன பயன் என்று சொல்லடி நீயாத்தா. செல்லாத்தா செல்ல மாரியாத்தா, எங்கள் சிந்தையில் வந்து அரை வினாடி நில்லாத்தா. கண்ணாத்தா உன்னை காணாட்டா, கண்ணாத்தா உன்னை காணாட்டா, இந்த ஜென்மம் எடுத்து என்ன பயன் என்று சொல்லடி நீயாத்தா. ஆதிசக்தி மாதா கருமாரி மாதா, எங்கள் ஆதிசக்தி மாதா மலையனூரிலே புற்று உருவிலே மயானம் காப்பாளங்காளி, மலையனூரிலே புற்று உருவிலே மயானம் காப்பாளங்காளி. மீனவர் செய்யும் பூசையில் மகிழ்வாள் கவாலக்காரி செங்காளி, மீனவர் செய்யும் பூசையில் மகிழ்வாள் கவாலக்காரி செங்காளி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். ஓங்காரத்து மூலம் பாங்கான பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள் பங்காயமர்ந்து பங்காளும் அங்காளி பரமேஸ்வரி பரஷோடசி பரமசக்தி ஞான யோக காரண காரிய மூல நாதாந்த வேதாந்த சித்தாந்த காரண மூல பரமேஸ்வரி பரஷோடசி வாலை சக்தி பரஷோடசி மீனாட்சி பரமசக்தி கண்மலர்ந்தேன் ககனம் அனைத்திற்கும் நன்மை செய்திட உலகெல்லாம் இருக்கும் சகல ஜீவராசிகளுக்கும் சத்தியம் சொல்லிட ஞானம் தந்திட வரமெலாம் அளித்திட வாழ்வெலாம் தந்திட சங்கரி பரமசக்தி பரஷோடசி மீனாட்சி நித்யானந்தன் நிஜரூபம் கொண்டு நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்தேன். சித்தர்களும் யோகிகளும் ஞானிகளும் தேவர்களும் கிண்ணர கிம்புருட கந்தர்வ காந்தார யக்ஷ ராட்சச பிரேதப்பிசாச மனுஷ்ய ஸ்தாவர ஜங்கம சகல ஜீவன்களுக்கும் ஆதி மூலமான ஹிரண்ய கர்ப்பஸ்வரூபிணி பிரம்மாண்டயோனி அண்டாண்டங்களை எனக்குள் ஆக்கி என் வடிவாய் நிறுத்தி உலகிற்கு நன்மை தந்திட வந்தேன் வளமருள. ஓம் 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 ஓம். கேளுங்கள் மானுடர்களே, சத்தியம் சொல்லுகின்றேன். சங்கடம் தீர்த்து வைப்பேன், நன்மையெல்லாம் அளிப்பேன், ஆனந்தம் அளித்திடுவேன். வேதங்கள் நான்கொடு ஆகமத்தின் சரியை கிரியை யோகம் ஞானமெனும் பாதங்கள் நான்காய் மலர்ந்திட்ட பரமசக்தி ஆக்கல் காத்தல் அழித்தல் மறைத்தல் அருளல் எனும் ஐந்தொழிலும் மாற்றும் ஆனந்த ஸ்வரூபிணி பரமசிவன் பாகத்தமர்ந்திருக்கும் பரமசக்தி சித்தர்களுக்கெல்லாம் ஞான சித்தியும் சக்தியும் அளிக்கும் பரம ஔஷத ஸ்வரூபிணி பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி அம்பா சாம்பவி சந்திரமௌலி ஆனந்தஸ்வரூபிணி தசமகா வித்யாய் மலர்ந்து நவதுர்கையாய் நிறைந்து அஷ்ட சக்திகளாயிருந்து சப்த மாதர்களாய் வாழ்ந்து 6 கார்த்திகை பெண்களாய் திகழ்ந்து பஞ்ச சக்திகளாய் நிறைந்து உலகனைத்திற்கும் உத்தம வேதங்கள் 4 தந்து இச்சை கிரியை ஞானமெனும் 3 சக்திகளாய் மலர்ந்து பரம பிரகிருதி பரம புருஷன் எனும் 2ஆயிருந்து 2ம் கடந்த பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளாயிருந்து 1ம் 2ம் தாண்டிய என்றும் இருப்பும் இல்லை என்பதும் தாண்டிய நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் கடந்த உருவும் அருவும் கடந்த பரமசிவனாராய் மலர்ந்தருளும் பரமசக்தி வந்துதித்தேன் இங்கு வரமெலாம் தந்து நலமெலாம் அருளி கருமார்த்த காம மோக்ஷமெனும் 4 வகை புருஷார்த்தமும் தந்து சாலோக்கியம் சாமீபியம் சாரூபியம் சாயுஜ்யம் எனும் முக்தி நிலைகள் 4ம் தந்து நல்லவை எல்லாம் தந்து நல் அருளும் தந்து பூரண புண்ணியம் தந்து யோகமுடு ஞானமும் தந்து நன்மையெல்லாம் தந்திடவே இங்கு நாம் வந்து உதித்தோம். ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
கொண்ட வளர்ந்த குணசேரி குலசை நகரிலே முத்தாரம்மனாய் அதிசயம் செய்வாள் அருமாரி. குலசை நகரிலே முத்தாரம்மனாய் அதிசயம் செய்வாள் அருமாரி. வீரப்பன் புனைந்து கண்மலர் அணிந்து காட்சியும் தருவாள் கருநீரி. வீரப்பன் புனைந்து கண்மலர் அணிந்து காட்சியும் தருவாள் கருநீரி.
உத்தமர்களே, சத்தியத்தை வாழ்வாய் வாழ்ந்திட நித்திய ஞான அறிவியல் சொல்கின்றேன், நிறைந்து கேளுங்கள். நன்மைகள் பெருகி யாக யஞங்கள் பெருகி பிராமணர்கள் தங்களுக்குள் இருக்கும் சத்வகுணம் பொங்கி சத்துவத்தால் ஏற்படும் தத்துவ ஞான விளக்கம் பெற்று உலகிற்கு நன்மை செய்யும் பூஜை புனஸ்காரங்கள் யாக யஞங்கள் கிரியைகள் யோகங்கள் செய்து அதனால் தாங்களும் நன்மை பெற்று உலகிற்கும் நன்மை செய்யும் பொது சக்தி பொங்கிப் பெருகுவதே சத்யயுகம். அது முழுமையாய் மாறி ராட்சச கும்பல் தன் சுயநலத்திற்காக கொத்து கொத்தாய் மக்களை கொன்று குவித்து மடியும் மக்களைப் பற்றி கவலைப்படாது ஏற்படும் உயிர் இழப்பு, உயிர்கள் மடிவதும் மனங்கள் நொடிவதும் கண்டும் அதைப் பற்றி கவலைப்படாது கொண்ட அரக்க குணத்தாலே நாடுகள், தேசங்கள், நகரங்களை ஆட்சி செய்து தன் அதிகாரம், புகழ் ஒன்றிற்காகவே மக்கள் உயிர் பற்றி கவலை கொள்ளாது அடுத்தவர் பற்றி அரை வினாடியும் சிந்திக்காது வாழ்ந்திடும் கொடூர அரக்கர்கள் தங்களுக்குள் இருக்கும் கொடூரமான தமோகுணம் உயிர் பெற்று அதனால் உலகையே அடக்கி ஆளும் காலம் கலி. நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள் மக்களே. பெருகி பொங்கி பிரளயம் இங்கு உலகெல்லாம் இருக்கும் ராட்சசர்களின் உயிர்களில் இருக்கும் தமோகுணத்தை உயிர்ப்பித்து விட்டது. பிரபஞ்ச ஊழி முடிந்தது எனினும் ராட்சசர்கள் உயிருக்குள் இருக்கும் தமோகுணம் உயிர் பெற்று விட்டதனால் அதிகார வர்க்கத்திற்கும் மனிதர்கள் தம் நிலை மாறி நேர்மை மாறி அதிகாரத்திருக்க வேண்டிய அதிகார போதை மயக்கத்தாலும் தேர்வுகள் போதையாலும் கொத்து கொத்தாய் சாமானிய மனிதர்கள் கொன்று குவிக்கப்படும் செயல்களை கண்டும் காணாது கொஞ்சமும் கவலையில்லாது நடத்துவதையும் நடப்பதை கண்டுங்காணாது வாழ்வதையும் மக்களே நேர்கொண்டு பார்ப்பீர்கள். கலி வந்துவிட்டதென்பதை நேர்கொண்டு பார்ப்பீர்கள். பிராமணத் தன்மையோடு இருந்து நேர்மையும் நீதியும் சொல்ல வேண்டிய நீதிமன்றங்களும் உண்மையை உலகிற்குச் சொல்ல வேண்டிய ஊடகங்களும் தன்மை மாறி நேர்மை குலைந்து நிலைதடு மாறி கலியில் வீழ்வதைக் காண்பீர்கள். சத்திரிய தன்மையோடு மக்களை காக்க வேண்டிய அதிகார வர்க்கமும் அதிகாரிகளும் காவல்துறையும் அரசியல்வாதிகளும் தன்னிலை தாழ்ந்து நேர்மை மறந்து கோடிக்கணக்கில் மக்கள் மடிந்து போவதையும் மனம் நொடிந்து போவதையும் கண்டுங்காணாது அது நிகழ்வதற்கு நேர்முகமாய் மறைமுகமாய் துணையும் செய்து உலகையும் அழித்து தாங்களும் அழிவதையும் காண்பீர்கள். வைஷ்ய தர்மம் காக்க வேண்டிய பெரும் பணக்காரர்கள் பிணந்தின்னி கழுகுகளாய் மாறி பெரும் மக்கள் பிணமாய் ஆனாலும் தன் சொத்தும் பணமுமே சுகம் என்று நினைத்து உலகிற்கு பெருந்துரோகம் இழைப்பதையும் காண்பீர்கள். சாமானியன், ஏழை, பொதுமக்கள், நடுத்தர வர்க்கத்தினர் எல்லோரும்
கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுங்கள், உங்களுக்கு நீங்கள்தான் பாதுகாப்பு. உற்ற அன்பினாலும் தோழமையினாலும் உங்களுக்கு நீங்களே உதவி கொள்ளுங்கள். இந்த கொரோனா பெருந்தொற்று வராமல் உங்களை நீங்களே காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். உங்களுக்கு நீங்களே உதவி செய்து கொள்ளுங்கள். வேறு யாரேனும் உங்களை காப்பார்கள் என்று நீங்கள் நினைத்தால் அது முட்டாள்தனம். உங்கள் வாழ்க்கைக்கு நீங்களே பொறுப்பு. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். ஓம். பொங்கி வரும் நேர்மையோடு, பொதுநல அன்போடு, உயிர்ப்பித்து உண்மையாய் உங்களுக்கும் உங்களை சுற்றியிருப்போருக்கும் உதவுங்கள். உங்கள் மூலமெல்லாம் பரமசக்தி நானே வெளிப்பட்டு நன்மை செய்வேன். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள், நல்லதைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன். பொங்கிப் பெருகும் அன்பால் உங்கள் இதயம் பலமடையும், உள்ளம் நிறைவடையும். செய்கின்ற நல் சேவையால் உடல் உறுதியடையும், உயிர் மலர்ச்சியடையும். நன்றாய் தெரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உறுதியான உள்ளமும் உடலும் உயிருமே இந்த ஊழிப் பிரபஞ்சத்தில் ஏற்பட்டிருக்கும் ஊழிப் பெரும் பிரளயத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காக்கும் ஒரே வழி. பணமும் புகழும் பதவியும் அதிகாரமும் காக்கும் வழி அல்ல. காக்கவும் செய்யாது உயிரோடு உடல் ஒன்றாய் வைத்து சேர்க்கவும் செய்யாது. சித்தர்கள் ஞானிகள் சிவகணங்களுக்கெல்லாம் சக்திகளும் ஔஷதமும் தந்திடும் அன்னை மீனாட்சி அருளுகின்றேன், கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுங்கள். நல்லதொரு ஞான வாழ்வும் அன்பும் ஆனந்தமும் உறுதியோடு ஞானத்தால் உயிர் பெற்ற யோக வாழ்வுமே உங்களை காக்கும். இந்த பேரூழி காலத்தில் அன்னை பராசக்தி அருளிய வேத ஆகம சரியை வாழ்க்கை முறையே காவல். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
பூவாடக்காரி பொன்னழகி உனக்கு பொங்கலிட கிடைச்சது பாக்கிய எனக்கு. மீன்கார வீடெங்கும் மீன் வாசம் இருக்கும். அடி மீனாட்சி நீ வந்தா நெய் வாசம் அடிக்கும். ஆத்தாடி மாரியம்மா சோறு ஆக்கி வச்சேன் வாடியம்மா. ஆளாக்கி அரிசிய பாழாக்க வேண்டாம் தின்னு புட்டு போடியம்மா. ஆத்தாடி மாரியம்மா சோறு ஆக்கி வச்சேன் வாடியம்மா. ஆளாக்கு அரிசிய பாழாக்க வேண்டாம் தின்னு புட்டு போடியம்மா.
ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். மக்கள் கோடிகளில் மடிவது மட்டுமின்றி பொருளாதாரம் மனநலம் குன்றி மனம் நொடிவதையும் பார்ப்பீர்கள். இந்த கொடுமையிலிருந்தெல்லாம் விடுதலை ஜீவன் முக்த தன்மையோடு சிறப்போடு வாழ்வும் வாழ்வே. முதலில் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றிலிருந்து வருமுன் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள் மக்களே. உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்வதையே முதல் வேலையாய்ச் செய்யுங்கள். வந்த வேலை சொந்த வேலை. ஜீவன் முக்த வாழ்வு அதை அடையும் வரை உடல் அழியாது காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். உடல் வளர்த்தலே இப்போது உயிர் வளர்த்தல். உடல் வளர்த்து உயிர் வளர்த்து உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ளும் பணியை முதலில் செய்யுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
पुष्पबाणचापाम् मणिमादिभिरावृताम् मयूखैरहमित्येव विभावदे भवानी ध्यायेत् पद्मासनस्थान्.
பாட்டெடுத்தேன் தாளமிட்டேன் ஓடி வரல்லே. ஆடி பார்த்து புட்டேன் பிள்ள முகம் தேடி வரல்லே. பாட்டெடுத்தேன் தாளமிட்டேன் ஓடி வரல்லே. ஆடி பார்த்து புட்டேன் பிள்ள முகம் தேடி வரல்லே. பேச்சுப்படி பொங்கல் உன்ன இங்கு வரல்லே. நான் மூச்சடக்கி உன்னிடத்தில் அங்கு வருவேன். பேச்சுப்படி பொங்கல் உன்ன இங்கு வரல்லே. நான் மூச்சடக்கி உன்னிடத்தில் அங்கு வருவேன். ஆத்தாடி மாரியம்மா சோறு ஆக்கி வச்சேன் வாடியம்மா. ஆளாக்கு அரிசிய பாழாக்க வேண்டாம் தின்னு புட்டு போடியம்மா.
லக்ஷ்மீம் க்ஷீரசமுத்திரராஜதனஜாம் ஸ்ரீரங்கதாமேஸ்வரீம் दासीभूत समस्त देव बलिताम् लोकैक दीपाङ्कुराम् श्रीमन्नन्दकटाक्षलब्ध विभव ब्रह्मेन्द्र गङ्गाधराम् त्वाम् त्रैलोक्य कुटुम्बिनीम् सरसिजाम् वन्दे मुकुन्द प्रियाम्.
சீக்கிரத்தில் காட்சி தந்த செல்வநாயகி புது சேலக்காரி பூக்காரி தெய்வநாயகி. சீக்கிரத்தில் காட்சி தந்த செல்வநாயகி புது சேலக்காரி பூக்காரி தெய்வநாயகி. பத்திரகாளி ருத்ரகாளி பாரடியம்மா இந்த பாவி மகன் வீட்டிலே போய் ஓரடியம்மா. பத்திரகாளி ருத்ரகாளி பாரடியம்மா இந்த பாவி மகன் வீட்டிலே போய் ஓரடியம்மா. காத்தாடி மாரியம்மா சோறு ஆக்கி வச்ச மாடியம்மா. ஆளாக்கு அரிசிய பாழாக்க வேண்டாம் தின்னு புட்டு போடியம்மா.
ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள் மக்களே. பொங்கிப் பெருகி வரும் இந்த பேரூழி பிரளயத்தும் அதனால் ஆடி தனக்கும் மற்றோர்க்கும் அழிவைத் தேடித் தரும் அரக்க ராட்சச மக்களிடமிருந்தும் உங்களை காத்துக்கொள்ள ஒரே வழி, செல்லுங்கள் ஆதி கையிலைக்கு. பரமசிவனார்வதத்தில் அடைக்கலம் புகுந்து கொரோனா தொற்றில் இருந்தும் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். அதனால் ஏற்படும் உயிர் மடிவிலிருந்தும் பொருளாதாரச் சரிவிலிருந்தும் உறவுகள் அழிவிலிருந்தும் மன நொடிவிலிருந்தும் உங்களை காத்துக்கொண்டு ஜீவன் முக்தி நோக்கி பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள் நோக்கி யோகமும் தவமும் செய்து பரமசிவனார் பக்தர்க்கெல்லாம் சேவை செய்து நல்ல வாழ்க்கை வாழுங்கள். அதற்காகவே ஆதி கைலாசத்தின் கதவுகள் திறந்து வைத்தோம். அண்டம் உள்ளோர் அனைவர்க்கும், மனிதர்கள் மட்டுமல்ல, சித்தர்கள் ஞானிகள் யோகிகளெல்லாம் கூட வந்து ஆதி கையிலையில் அமர்ந்து தவம் செய்து கொண்டிருப்பதனால் வரும் எல்லோர்க்கும் நன்மையும் வளமும் ஞானமும் யோகமும் பொங்கும். அச்சம் வேண்டாம், ஆனந்தம் உண்டு. கவலை வேண்டாம், காப்பேன் நன்மை. ஓம் 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 ஓம். சுகம் அது உண்டு, ஞானமும் உண்டு. அச்சம் வேண்டாம், ஆனந்தம் உண்டு. சங்கடம் தீர்க்கின்றேன், சமயத்தில் வந்துதவும் சமயபுரத்து கண்ணாத்தாள் நான். ஓம். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். மக்களே, மனிதர்களே, நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். கொத்து கொத்தாய், கும்பல் கும்பலாய், கோடிகளில் மக்கள் மடிவதைக் கண்டும் காணாது அரசு செய்வோர் இருப்பதனால் அவர்கள் எல்லோருக்குள்ளும் இருக்கும் அரக்க குணங்கள் விழித்து மக்கள் மாண்டாலும் மடிந்தாலும் தன் பதவியும் அதிகாரமும் போதும் என்கின்ற கொடூர சுயநல தமோகுணம் உயிர்த்தெழுந்து அதிகாரத்திற்காய் எத்துணை உயிர் வேண்டுமானாலும் அழிவதை கண்டுங்காணாதிருந்து மறைமுகமாய் அது நடக்க காரணமாகவும் மாறிப்போயிருக்கின்றார்கள். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். பாமர மக்களே, ஏழை எளிய மக்களே, நடுத்தர மக்களே, சாமானிய வர்க்கத்தவர்களே, நமக்கு நாமே காவல். நம் எல்லோருக்குள்ளும் பொங்கி எழும் அன்பினால், நல்லதன்மையினால், சத்வகுணத்தினால் ஒருவருக்கொருவர் உதவிகள் செய்து கொண்டு
எல்லை காடி வந்தது நிற்பாய், பரம்பல தருவாய், பிரிந்த சடையும் எரித்திடும் விழியும் குவிந்த உதடும் கூறிய பற்களும் வெறுத்திடும் நோக்கும் விழித்தொங்கு நாக்கும் வெடித்திடும் மூக்கும் விரிந்திடும் போக்கும். காளி மாகாளி, காளி மாகாளி, காளி மாகாளி, மாகாளி, காளி மாகாளி, காளி மாகாளி, காளி மாகாளி, மாகாளி. பருத்ததனமும்.
ஓம். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள் மக்களே. அன்னை நானே முழுமையாய் மலர்ந்தருளினேன். கவலை இல்லை, கோபமும் இல்லை, அச்சமும் இல்லை, ஆசையும் இல்லை, அருளும் ஆனந்தமும் கருணையும் மட்டுமே கொண்டு உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நன்மை தந்திட, நன்மை செய்திட பரமசக்தி பரஷோடசி மீனாட்சி மலர்ந்தருளினேன். இங்கு கண்டுகொண்டிருக்கும் எல்லோரிடத்தும் அன்னை ஆனந்தமயமான திருநீற்றும் குங்குமமுமாய் சந்தனமும் ஞானாஞ்சனமுமாய் இப்பொழுது பொங்கி மலர்ந்து அருள் செய்கின்றேன், பெற்றுக்கொள்ளுங்கள். ஆனந்தம் அனைவருக்கும் உண்டு. கேட்ட வரங்களெல்லாம் முறையாய் தந்து கேடில்லா ஞான புகழும் தந்து யோகமும் சுகமும் சக்தியும் அருளுகின்றேன். ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
நாய்கள் ஓயும் சுடலை தானே உன் திருவாசம். ஏகமுனியே அநேகமுனியே ஆதியுனியே சோதியுனியே. காளி மாகாளி, காளி மாகாளி, காளி மாகாளி, மாகாளி, காளி மாகாளி, காளி மாகாளி, காளி மாகாளி, மாகாளி. மோகமுனியே காமமுனியே போகமுனியே யோகமுனியே. மந்திரமுனியே தந்திரமுனியே எந்திரமுனியே ஞானமுனியே. காளி மாகாளி, காளி மாகாளி, காளி மாகாளி, மாகாளி, காளி மாகாளி, காளி மாகாளி. முக்தியும் நீயே பக்தியும் நீயே முக்தியும் நீயே நொடிகளும் நீயே மௌனமும் நீயே ஒடுக்கமும் நீயே இயக்கமும் நீயே காளி மா காளி காளி மா காளி காளி மா காளி மா காளி காளி மா காளி காளி மா காளி காளி மா காளி மா காளி உள்ளும் நீயே.
ஓம் வந்திருக்கும் எல்லோருக்கும் இன்று கேட்ட வரத்தை கேட்டபடியே தந்தேன். ததாஸ்து 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 ததாஸ்து. தருமார்த்த காம மோக்ஷமெனும் புருஷார்த்தங்களோடு நன்மையெல்லாம் தந்தேன். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். பஞ்ச கிருத்தியங்கள் புரியும் பரமசக்தி எல்லோருக்கும் நன்மை தந்தேன். ஓம் 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 ஓம். ஆனந்தம். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदि. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is power manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagwan himself explaining what is power manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with life. Playing with being alive. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence, all these three has no boundary. You are one with it. You are alive in everything. Everything listens to you. Everything decides as you want. Power manifestation is cognitive shift, raising your frequency, not work.
Now let's.
What is science of power manifestation? Science of power manifestation is repeatable and it is doable by each and every one of us. That is why it is called science. Each one of us, that Bhagavan beautifully said, how we can raise our frequency and go beyond the pandemic. The science is, again and again, he says it as a science because we can experience, each one of us, whoever is in the Kailash courtyard manifesting power session, Bhagavan says, I will manifest through you as Paramashiva, as Parashakti. And the evidences for that how each one of us can experience this science of our manifestation, which is authentic, time-tested, scientific and foolproof. The Shastra Pramana, the scriptural references, scriptural evidences, the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas. Apta Pramanas. Aptas are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nainamas, all Varsidas, all of them who are the authority of Hinduism, who manifested all the powers of Paramashiva. They were in human body, human form, and experienced the superconscious breakthrough. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of each power manifestation, Bhagavan's very own Leelas, which maps to the Apta Pramana and Shastra Pramana, as per Shastra Pramana, Bhagavan's very own Leelas. Shakshi Pramana, experience of millions of devotees, disciple, followers all around the world manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. Bhagavan has initiated all of us into the science of power manifestation. Again and again he says, I have manifested all these powers through all of you who are connected to me, who come to the Kailash Kotiyad manifesting power and manifest all the powers. Simply by being in that temple space, we are feeling the oneness and we can manifest the powers. Same way, how he has created that in a beautiful space as Kailash Kotiyad, where each one of us can experience the extraordinary space of manifestation when we align to the higher reality. Pratyaksha Pramana. measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Again and again, he tells us how we can be in the thoughtless space to manifest our reality. All this pandemic is happening because of our unconscious delusion, which is carrying on continuously. Let's go to the Shastra Pramana, the Shastra references of the evidences from the Shastra. Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Vijnana, the consciousness. Bhairava, one who experiences consciousness. And Tantra is the method for us to experience the consciousness. And here from Dharana 95, Sutra 120.
Being the deep love. Let's go to the Shastra Pramana. Being the deep love. Let's go to the Shastra.
Is taken from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 120, Dharana 95. Kvachit vastuni vinyasya shanaidrishtim nivartayet tajnanam chitta sahitam devi shunyalayo bhavet. Kvachit vastuni vinyasya shanaidrishtim nivartayet tajnanam chitta sahitam devi shunyalayo bhavet.
Vijnana Bhairava Tantra for scriptural reference for consciousness over matter. Dharana 95, Sutra 120. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, having fixed one's eyes on a particular object, Vastu, one should slowly withdraw the sight from the object as well as slowly eliminate the knowledge of that object along with the thought and impression of it. Then, O Devi, one abides in Sunya, the state where there is nothing other than this exist, the state of all inclusiveness or infinity. Bhagavan beautifully said in her blessing, Devi's blessing, how we can be a superconscious breakthrough, manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva and getting liberated from all these pandemic. If all these pandemic is happening, there's something more is happening in us as consciousness. Constantly, when we understand the higher reality that each one of us can manifest, how he said each one of us are responsible, completely responsible for receiving that higher science and manifesting our reality. Either we get into the pandemic, boredom, tiredness, fear, death, disease, or we are in the liberated space of oneness with Paramashiva, constantly manifesting our reality and raising ourselves to the higher consciousness. Again and again, Bhagavan gives us the choice of really giving the ultimatum. One day when Krishna was painting the nails of Radha, Narada goes and sees and says, are you in Maya? Why are you doing this instead of taking care of the world? And since he said that, Krishna simply puts him, Vishnu simply puts him into a Maya to show him what's Maya. He said, go get me some water. And he goes to get some water where he himself becomes a woman and then he gets married to somebody and then he has children, he has a family, he has to earn, he has to take care of everything. One by one, the pralaya starts. Again and again, it hits him so hard that he loses his wealth, he loses his family, he loses everything, and finally himself in the floods. And then he cries, oh Vishnu, save me. And suddenly he realizes that he came to get a cup of water. And then he got deluded into all this because he asked for Maya. And Maya simply took all this into the account to show him what could happen if you get derailed into some other thought current. And if you're in oneness with Paramashiva, what happens in your life? And then Narada comes and completes with Vishnu and saying, no Maya, I will be residing at your lotus feet. That is the ultimate space for me to experience the oneness and experience the ultimate bliss. All these are giving a reference to us to understand how the delusion, the pandemic is taking us more toil on us to make it look as though it's real. When we are watching a movie, when we are in intense scene, we even move our body and try to save something or try to do something. Or you're watching some sports and we try to hit the ball or catch the ball or do something, that's because we get so entangled in that. And if it is our perception, we think that is the reality. But Bhagavan beautifully says, when you align with him, the higher reality opens up and simply manifest our higher dimension, showing that nothing has ever happened, for nothing is lost. Again and again he says, you are infinity, you are absolute, you are Paramashiva. How can something be taken off from the absolute? Then it cannot be absolute. How can something be added? It cannot be possible. Only that we need to realize that we are that. Continuously, Bhagavan is showering with the boons and blessings and raising us to make us understand, hey, what are you watching? It's just a movie. It's just a dream. It is not the reality. All the suffering that you are going through is only in your dream. It is not in the reality. The perception, how you wake up, we have a dream and we lose our things or lose our people, and then we wake up and say, oh, nothing has happened. That's exactly how he's asking us to wake up to see that nothing has been lost. Everything is there as it is. The perception of what we are perceiving is the only thing we need to shift again and again to the Paramashiva space, the consciousness. You're not just the body or just the mind, but you are consciousness. You are the Paramashiva. You are Parashakti. Every time you align to that, whether you're drinking a coffee or whether you're watching something or you are reading something or making a decision, understand Paramashiva in you is manifesting as that reality. Again and again, you aligning to that, something else opens up because you are searching for the consciousness to manifest as your reality. Then the whole science changes the way you perceive the world and the way it exists. And slowly you start seeing how just miracles start happening all over you, around you. As Paramashiva, Parashakti simply blesses you, all that you receive as a boon, as a blessing, becomes a reality more and more in a perfect way. Because you are aligned, you have opened your doors to receive it. That is what Bhagavan says again and again. We, each one of us, need to stand up for our responsibility of bringing that space that we are consciousness, we are Paramashiva. I am Parashakti with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. When we realize that is what all the Siddhas and Munis and Ganas knew the science, and they are extraordinary in compassion and manifesting. Even now they are alive. Bhagavan says they have come to Adi Kailash. And when you reside and deeply meditate, you will simply experience the oneness with all of them to experience the Paramashiva space. Let's go to Apta Pramana. Apta Pramanas are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nayamas, Alvars, Siddhas, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. Here, Bhagavan is clearly telling about the Sudarshana Chakra, which Shiva had blessed to Vishnu, Lord Vishnu. And it's the ultimate gift because it's just function on power of will and simply the consciousness over matter. How it can perform millions of rotation per second, and simply the blades, 108 blades which are there in that, can travel of millions of yognya as at the twinkling of the eye. And this is in Vishnu Purana, how it functions. All this is understood when we are deeply connected in oneness with Paramashiva. Now let's go to the Atma Pramana. Bhagavan beautifully explains how love unites us to the higher reality. When you understand that your spouse or your parents or Bhagavan himself is God and you're deeply in love, it reflects back in you as your Paramashiva space. Bhagavan beautifully explains that ultimate reality for us.
The concept of energy will come awareness during the whole thing. Let's listen from Bhagavan.
Experiencing oneness strengthens your ability to radiate love. And when you become all me, you lose the ability to celebrate the devotion. Understand? This one thing I asked Arunagiri Yogeshwara when he was teaching me the Advaita. I said, everything is okay, but let me continue to retain my innocent devotion of touching, holding on to your feet when I sit next to you. Understand? Once he was trying to show me the power of oneness and Advaita. Like, he said that he was sitting facing north on the steps of the Kalyana Mandapam in Tiruvannamalai temple. In front of him, his Samadhi. In the side, the main deity. The right hand side, the main deity Garbhagriha. Left hand side, the hill, Arunachaleshwara. Arunachala hill. He said, this, that all is me. Just see. When he moved the hand, I saw literally the Garbhagriha and the hill, whole thing merging into him. When he moved the hand, I saw they are back to their places. It's very easy to tell it's a delusion, but it was not, I know, because it was such powerful experience and such restful awareness. During this whole thing, I was sitting holding his one feet in the leg, saying that if I hold on to his feet, a lot of energy will come, power will come. Of course, when he showed that Advaita, the concept of energy will come, power will come has disappeared. It's completely disappeared. I just know he is one, and I am just one with him. Then I asked him only one thing. Whatever may be the experience, let me just retain my ability to have this deep love experience, love current. He laughed and said, Advaita will only strengthen the love current. Advaita only will strengthen the bhakti. Listen.
So beautifully,
Shakti
Bhagavan
Pramanas are
explained how we can experience the oneness with Paramashiva and manifest the higher reality. Because Bhagavan was in the receiving space, simply he was able to see how the whole space changed. And here we can see the bottle moving. It's a heavy bottle and it is placed on a flat surface which is switched off, and you can see it moving. Again, I'm going to play it. Again, you can see it how it's moving. Even if you have a doubt, oh, maybe there's a slope, that's why it's moving across like that. You can see the next clipping where the lid of the cap, which will turn, and twice it turns back and forth to prove that it's not moving, as though somebody's turning it back and forth. So understand the possibility that how we can manifest. It is just plastic. There's no way of using magnet to attract it or anything from external. Completely it is flat and it is not rolling, but it is turning, and twice you can see the turn happening. That clearly shows that how the manifestation of Paramashiva to show we can turn the cap. It's not a big deal with the hands. Why we are doing this whole thing? To experience the blocks that is inside when it happens to us in front of us, something beyond our logic. Why do you laugh for a joke? Because something beyond your logic happens in you which cracks you. Same thing, when you see these small things happening in your life, it cracks your logic to say that, hey, you are Paramashiva, you are Parashakti, something more is there in you. Look into that and you will experience the higher reality. It's just a glimpse shown to you again and again by Paramashiva after each of the darshan, each of the satsang, so that you understand each one of you will take the responsibility to manifest that space and experience the oneness. Yes, it is possible for each one of us. If you have walked in the first time into this Kailasa Kutyad, that is equally possible for you and anybody who has been here for many months and not yet manifested. It's equally possible for each and everyone. Bhagavan says, even if you're a baby, and crying and crawling, or you are a dead person, you're nearly to the death and you are so old, you are Paramashiva. As long as the whole space in you is manifesting as oneness, as your breath, as functioning of your body, which is microcosm, which is happening, you are Paramashiva. Even the dead object is Paramashiva in a different level. And understanding that everything exists as a frequency, as more than just matter or energy that you can perceive, and it also tells you what it is to perceive. That's what Bhagavan beautifully says. That cannot be forgotten, that cannot be remembered, but that is remembering you to remember. What is that? Go on going in to detect what is inside you. If you search in Google, if I just tell Google that I feel like this, you have to give me, that's not going to give me anything. But if I search for particular words, meditation, then it gives me result. Same way, if you search for the inner space, who's Paramashiva, who's that who's speaking, and who's that who's experiencing, Bhagavan says, who's that remembering you? If you start focusing on that instead of just the outer world for few minutes every day, you will get a huge breakthrough in the conscious space that you are also consciousness, not just the body, not just the mind. You are also the body, Bhagavan says. You're also the mind, but you are consciousness, which is manifesting as powers. Now let's go to the guidelines of power manifestation. If you have the Jnananjan in your locket, in the locket in your Kantamala, apply in your third eye and your temples. And if you don't have, that's fine. If you can set up the camera with a timestamp, these beautiful moments that you can capture, all of you, all meditating all over the world, just after the Devi's darshan, is the best blessing. If you're here, please do an Anga Pradakshina for yourself and bless yourself to be part of this. That's what Bhagavan says, because even if Bhagavan gives you, pours all that he wants, people are not ready to receive it, and he's preparing each one of us to receive it. And that is what is power manifestation. And if you can have a coconut or objects, that's perfectly fine. If you want to start doing with the object on your hand or coconut on your hand, make sure it is placed on your hand or other's hand. It has to be placed on a flat surface, so that you keep the coconut and make sure it's not rolling over. It is very stable. It has to only move from the conscious space, not out of your hand movement. So you can even tape your hand so that you don't have any movement of your hand, but only through the consciousness you experience that extraordinary space. So if you're going to have the partner hold the object, please make sure partner is holding that in a very stable way. There is no point like rolling off when you're in the middle of chanting the Mahavakya. So make sure it is very stable, and it can be only by consciousness it is moving. You can keep it on the ground or you can keep it on the silicon. If you keep it on the silicon, make sure it is completely switched off, so that you don't have any doubt that it is from any of the external help it is moving, but only from the space of consciousness this matter can be moved. Understanding the higher science that everything is connected, and simply understanding how you can experience the oneness makes it manifest the powers. Now you can go to the guidelines and see how you can make it very, very authentic. And even if you experience the Kundalini Shakti or the heat in the body, that is good to start manifesting the powers. Like the kid has sat up and started standing up to walking. It is good, but you can experience the oneness, even walk a coconut, Bhagavan says, as a pet. To that extent, the possibility exists for you to understand the higher reality, not just move the coconut, not just roll it off or turn it, you can even walk it. To that extent, you can manifest the powers of Paramashiva. Now, let's go to the guidelines Bhagavan has given. Let's sit straight with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Again and again, for us to receive the Kundalini Shakti to your Agnya, always we are stuck with the lower three chakras because of the parasites and microbes and all that which is sitting there, trillions of them, and running your life. Now they have found in science that your gut bacteria runs your brain 90%. Now you can go beyond that and experience the oneness with Paramashiva and be in the beautiful space when you detox your body. That is why Bhagavan again and again gives us the ultimate science of Nirahara to again and again detox and to receive Devi. We have the Panchabhuta Yoga for us to receive, to keep your body from the parasite, to receive the consciousness. These parasites again and again sit and destroy us, put us into delusion, think somebody else is going to help us. Bhagavan clearly says each one of us have to raise ourselves to the higher conscious space to receive what Bhagavan gives. That is why again and again he's asking us to manifest all these space so that we understand the higher reality. Taking the Haritaki very little. Yes, we take the BP pill, which is very small, but it cures. Same way, the Haritaki might be little, but it removes the context of the parasites and detox our system, not just laxate, but also detox our system to receive the consciousness. Same way, the yoga is not just the flexibility of the body, but aligns us to the cosmic geometry to receive what we need for ourselves. Each of the mudras, each of the bandhas that Bhagavan has given in the PVK, that beautifully aligns us to the higher reality, increases our oxygen, and everything prepares our body and the mind to receive Bhagavan when he showers on us. All these are the detoxing, doing the yoga in the Brahma Muhurta, doing the Nirahara, and clearly he gives the detox, how the neem juice and Haritaki, very simple methods, but it prepares our body. And Panchabhuta Yoga, how you have to use non-chemical on your body and preferably the mud, the clay mud on your body, and drink water to receive Bhagwan so that nothing is in your body as toxin when you receive the blessings from Bhagwan to understand the higher reality. It is just a click away, but for us to receive the click, we have to prepare, become the camphor so that when Bhagavan calls us or showers on us, we can just receive it and start experience the cognition shift. And the other thing he says is go to the fresh air and receive the Akasha, chant the Mahavakya, the Om mantra. Again and again, when you chant the mantra is so beautiful, it does not have visualization, verbalization. That is why it gives a ultimate space for us to receive the pure sound. Thoughtless space happens and we can raise our frequency. Each of the mudras and each of the bandhas that we experience during the yoga raises our frequency, because again that only increases our oxygen level, makes us prepares our body to receive the higher consciousness. Each of this that he has given is ultimate, maybe very simple instruction, but even if you go to a doctor, it's very simple instructions, but it gives us so much of result. Same thing, Bhagwan, we believe science. If we believe little more what Bhagwan says and follow it, how we follow the science, that we take the tablet every day, do all the things necessary when we fall sick correctly to heal our body. Same thing, to bring our consciousness, we can do these small things to raise our frequency. Absolute unclutching, understanding that what we are experiencing in the outer world is still a dream. We are only having our own perception. It is not the reality. How Bhagavan says, if you put a stick in the Ganga and you say Ganga is separated, it's your perception. If you take it out completely, it's new. Bhagavan beautifully says also how if you try to put your foot in Ganga, you can never catch the Ganga because it's always moving. And how you are incompletions are not touched at all. It is always moving. If you grab it and hold it, it's you who is perceiving that. It's not there in the who you are. So again and again, he gives so much of analogies, so much of stories for us to understand. We are Paramashiva, Parashakti. Each one of us holding that space will receive that and manifest as powers. If Parashakti can make our food into blood, why can't she make our food from the store to our home? Simply she can do it if you are aligned. That is what is Siddhas and Munis and Ganas. They realize that Simply, it is a possible. Sudama just went to Krishna, poured his love. That's all he did. And he knew Krishna is God. And when he understood and poured his love for his God, he simply manifested the whole kingdom. That is possible for each one of us, whether it is abundance or health or bliss, the ultimate consciousness. All we need to do is unclutch from the outer world, understanding it's just a dream. It's not something which we need to perceive. It is only our decision to perceive that and get into the struggle. But if we understand that is a dream and only take the responsibility to help others also figure out that, simply the new dimension happens in us, Bhagavan says. Devi blessed us with all these powerful cognition today. Let's hold that and chant the Mahavakya. Intensely, let's chant the Mahavakya for a few minutes. All of us meditating together will raise our frequency and manifest as powers. Bhagavan says again and again, I will be in the Kailash courtyard and manifest through you. All you need to do is have little Shaktipada, simple integrity, that is Shaktipada, and simple obedience to follow all these instructions. I can manifest as your reality. And let's entangle with Bhagavan's beautiful oneness space and start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the ultimate oneness with Paramashiva and manifest the power of consciousness over matter.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So beautiful. Whatever you have experienced as prasada from Devi, whatever she has shown you, that beautiful compassion, how a mother sits next to you and literally takes care of you and teaches you, and you're so awed. Wow, I got it. And how you feel so secure, so compassionate, so loving, and overflowing just in oneness with your mother. That's exactly how Bhagavan, after blessing, after initiating, after giving us all the great space and makes us, sits with us in Kailash Courtyard, makes us manifest all these powers. Each of the clicks, each of the power which manifest as reality simply shifts yourself into the higher science. Many have recorded and seen while they're meditating, the object moves and moves back to the same position. They thought that it has not moved, but in the recording, they have seen it move. So don't forget to record these moments. These moments of these object moving is not just the object moving, but something other than your logic, other than your body and mind exist, that again and again Bhagavan reiterates, and that is there for everyone. If you're breathing and your whole body functioning, obviously we are not doing it with a logic. There is no logic in that. There is something which is doing that. And what is that something which makes you manifest all these things? There is the higher reality, higher science, which can make you manifest the powers of Paramashiva. All you need to do is unclutch few minutes from the outer world, that whatever you know as you, the identity that you're carrying, it's not you are Parashakti, but Parashakti is the identity forming as those things in the outer world for you. So get back to the roots of who you are again and again. When you understand the very core of you is Paramashiva, Parashakti, you are a $1 trillion daughter or son who's experiencing the higher reality. When you get into the higher self, that you are abundance, you are the wealth, bliss, happiness, you'll understand that you don't have to worry. You don't have any worries or any issues because you're a $1 trillion kid. Why should you worry? Anything, everybody is there to support you and shower on you. That is what is the Paramashiva space, Parashakti space. Once you know Parashakti is there, simply for everything you will call her and say, she will manifest, she will take care, and she will do everything. And that has been happening in many of our lives. We have seen Parashakti appearing in so many ways, so many possibilities, even in a human form, to bless us many times. If you have noticed that very keenly, and guiding us into more and more the higher reality. The more truth is, she enjoys being with you, she enjoys to manifest with you, she enjoys you. If you understand that, you will be in abundance and completely in manifesting all the powers. It is not you recognizing her, but she already has recognized you, because you are here manifesting the powers. If you are in this session, be very clear, she is sitting there with you. Otherwise, without her blessing, we cannot appear or happen in this reality. So be very blessed that she is showering on you. She is there to manifest as your reality. Only thing we need to do is, for us to understand this higher cognition, we have to chant the Mahavakya and surrender to Bhagavan's lotus feet. Bhagavan, constantly my mind is going on something which is not true. I know that. I can shut down during my sleep. So let me shut down now also and reside in only Devi's smile, Devi's beautiful gestures, Devi's abundance of love that she's overpouring in all of us, and uncompromised compassion that she has for each one of us, meticulously attending to everything. Nobody on planet Earth can even think of the unimaginable things that she is here for us. And if you understand the whole science, you will be in mind-boggling space whether it is possible. She is showering on us, and for us to understand, let's be in gratitude. That is the only space that we can receive her and understand her, the higher reality. Only the gratitude is the highest space where we simply manifest our reality in the shortest time. So, in deep gratitude and love with Paramashiva, Parashakti, you will manifest all the reality. That is the only space again and again will open up the new dimension in you. Let's have one more short cycle and chant the Mahavakya intensely and feel the oneness Shaktipada, how you enjoy the outer world. If you little bit enjoy the inner space of Parashakti, who you are, simply a new dimension will show you that you are manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva. So let's start chanting the Mahavakya loudly, not just listening. Please go ahead and start chanting, because the chanting reflects in your inner space as new conscious space, raising your frequency. Let's end.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So beautiful. This is a short cycle. Whatever you have experienced as oneness with Paramashiva, Parashakti, as prasada you have received, share the prasada with the world. Always they say, share the prasada. Because the more you share the prasada, it becomes more and more reality in your space. The blessings that we share. Somebody sent our video. That's why we are connected today to this whole science. You sharing the videos, maybe it'll take 2 minutes work, but you sharing your experience, it can be as little as you just experience your Kundalini Shakti. And there are millions who have not even known what is Kundalini Shakti or the heat when you're holding the coconut. These are the manifestation. When you start celebrating that, you are recognizing the space of Paramashiva. Simply the Parashakti starts manifesting more and more in you. That is why Bhagavan says, enriching and causing is how we raise ourselves to the higher reality, get grounded. All that we are manifesting for us to get over the fluttering period and get stabilized with power manifestation is happening through the causing. And that is sharing your videos, your powerful cognition, your pictures to the friends and families, tagging them, and you can share it in tinyurl.com/power manifestation or any other social media platform. And if you can, as so many are contributing already, if you can drop a coin, why we ask you to contribute is to establish your inner space in these power manifestation that you are Paramashiva. How you buy a tea or a coffee is the same brand because you love it and you vote for it every time you spend the money for it. Same way, your Kailasa space, again and again, your inner space that I am Paramashiva, you establishing that. That is why every temple has a hundi, and we drop a coin as kids when we see the Dvadastamba and drop a coin and say, Bhagavan, make all our wishes true. We call it wishing well also. All that is again and again told to us so that we know the higher reality of us, that we can manifest all these powers as our reality. And that is possibility. We have seen so many evidences of so many people manifesting. So we can also experience that. With thanking you and completely surrendering to Bhagwan's lotus feet, let's end this session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. Stay tuned. We have Venkateshwara Bhava Darshan. So the preparations and the pre-satsang, the pre-hosting will start, and you can really get into the Bhava, being in all these sessions and beautifully receive Venkateshwara abundance in your life. Thank you. After that, we'll see you in Power Manifestation. Thank you, Nithyanandam.